Good morning to our students, staff, families, and MCPS community. Happy New Year, and thank you for joining us for this virtual board meeting today. Our meeting is being live streamed on the website and MCPS TV. We have also provided a telephone number for the public to join the meeting that way as well. As a reminder, live public comments have also been suspended. Although members of the public can join us by phone, the lines have been muted to avoid background noise and interruptions. Now I will call the roll to ensure that we have a quorum of the board present. Starting with our Vice President, Ms. Silvestri.
I'm here.
Ms. O'Neill.
Present.
Dr. Daka.
Present.
Ms. Mandrowski.
Good morning, still morning. I am here.
Ms. Evans.
I'm present, thank you.
Ms. Harris.
I'm here. Good morning.
And Mr. Asante.
I'm here.
Thank you. Before we begin the meeting, I'd like to make a few remarks about the actions that we saw at the Capitol last week. As we watched the actions unfold, we feared for members of Congress, family, and friends at the Capitol and our democracy. I'm reminded that all of my colleagues, as well as myself, we too are elected officials, and we're elected to do the people's business. While dissent is appropriate, threatening and functioning of our democracy is not. Like my Board of Education colleagues, it is my honor to serve the people of Montgomery County on the Board of Education, and we are committed to the ideals of democracy. Public education is a foundational part of democracy. You can see I get very touched when I start talking about what went on. It was very and deeply disturbing to me. In response to the tragic events at the Capitol, our staff spent numerous hours determining grade level appropriate resources to both explain the insurrection and support our students. Today, I want to thank the staff who prepared and distributed resources, the staff who moved curricula and assignments to give our students a safe place to process their feelings about these national events, and the staff who support one another and each one of us in these trying times. Thank you to each of you, sincerely and truly, for your courage and your support. Now, as we begin the meeting, I'd like to get an approval of the agenda. I'd also like to revise the agenda, or I should say amend it for recess for 30 minutes following the opening of school presentation. Can I get a motion?
I move to approve the revised agenda.
Second.
All in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Okay. Dr. Smith, do you have the Human Resources report?
Yes, Ms. Wolf. Good morning, Ms. Wolf and members of the board. We come before you today with the monthly report for Human Resources for your consideration.
Can I get a motion to accept the report?
I move to accept the report.
Second.
All in favor? Raise your hands. And that is unanimous.
We also have a resolution today recognizing one of the members of our staff who has passed away in the past 2 months. Whereas the death on November 24th, 2020 of Mr. John E. Grimes, Mechanical Systems Team Leader, Division of School Plan Operations, deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. During the 36.4 years Mr. Grimes worked for Montgomery County Public Schools, he was devoted to maintaining a safe and healthy environment for student learning. He was a highly valued, hardworking team member on the Indoor Air Quality Special Projects team. He worked well with his team members and demonstrated a willingness to go above and beyond his duties. Therefore, be resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express their sorrow at the death of Mr. Grimes and extend deepest sympathy to his family. Mr. Grimes worked for us for 36.4 years, and we want to express to his family our deepest appreciation. So we offer this resolution for your consideration, members of the board.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is public comments. Given that we are conducting this meeting virtually, we ask the public to submit testimony in a variety of ways. Our community has submitted testimony in writing, by audio, and by video. Public comments is one of our opportunities to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it is not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, program, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues of redress for complaints. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start times. We received one written testimony for today. You may view the written testimony in full on board docs, where it is posted with the other materials for this meeting. Here is a summary of the written testimony submitted for today's meeting. The testimony comes from Lauren Payne. Ms. Payne is a senior at Richard Montgomery High School. She asserts that there is no data to support the effectiveness of school resource officers. Her testimony explains why she believes that police officers should be removed from schools, and she encourages the board to listen to the student perspective on this issue. Next, we'll start with video testimony. We have 14 video testimonies. First up is Lily Hammond.
Hello, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Lily Hammond. I'm a special educator, a mother to 3 young children, and a caretaker of my elderly parents. A recent study from neuroscientist Dr. Jacobs and the COVID School Response Dashboard showed that in New York State, the infection rate among elementary teachers in schools with in-person learning was 53% higher than the general population infection rate. This is a terrifying number for me and many of my colleagues. I'm not even so terrified for myself, but of bringing this deadly virus home. Who will I infect? How many students will get sick? I know I'm not alone in these concerns, balancing the passion for my job with the safety of my family and community. This is especially concerning because of the new strain of COVID is much more contagious than the original and affects a larger percentage of children under the age of 20, according to a study by the London School of Hygiene. Schools are more likely to become super spreader sites, as many already have. COVID presents a real danger to children. It can cause permanent heart damage, blood vessel damage, in addition to numerous other ailments. I teach in the autism program, grades 3 through 5, and it's gut-wrenching not to teach my students in person. I miss them. However, the protocol for safe return is simply not enforceable in my classroom or many of the other self-contained programs. Most of my students struggle to wear a mask for 5 minutes, and we've been practicing every day. In my classroom, we change diapers, assist students with toileting, prevent students from eloping and self-harm, and provide physical prompts for learning. We cannot do these things from 6 feet away. The risk will be very real in schools when anyone is unmasked, as will happen in my classroom and during lunches. A critical point to consider is the effect of opening schools only to have to close them again due to school outbreaks. All students, especially those with disabilities, need consistency. The transition to in-class learning will take time, and the progress will be negated if they have to go back to distance learning. For students to thrive, they must go back to school only when it can be assured they can stay in the classroom. The metrics recommended by the state and the CDC are researched and data-driven to reduce risk to students, staff, and the community. The field of education is also research and data-driven. Teachers use data to drive instructional choices. I ask this board to do the same. Please continue to use the data while considering when to reopen, and do not change the metrics in the face of this growing pandemic. You hold people's lives in your hands. Please make the right choice. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Joseph Rinaldi.
Hi, I'm Joe Rinaldi, and thank you for this opportunity to advocate for our children and the future of our community. I'm a proud first-generation American, 25-year resident of Montgomery County, proud father of 4, employer of many county residents, philanthropist, and parent with a senior at Wooten High School. I am advocating for 100% in-school education by Feb 1. I base my proposal on the following. The U.S. currently has 2 COVID-19 vaccines approved by the FDA and produced by Moderna and Pfizer and are being distributed currently. There are other vaccines that will be part of our arsenal shortly, like vaccines produced by J&J and AstraZeneca. The Biden administration will release more stockpiles of the approved vaccine to speed up delivery. He has pledged that this would occur on day 1 of his administration. The successful distribution and monitoring of the COVID-19 vaccine to Group 1A, as specified by Maryland protocol, and an upgrade of all educators to Level 1B. Schools and sports in Carroll County, Maryland, have been open under a hybrid model, as well as several private schools in Montgomery County. My youngest child has successfully participated in hybrid learning in Montgomery County with no reported COVID-19 cases from in-school learning. He has participated in outdoor sports since August and adhered to safety protocols that include wearing masks. There are no reported cases of infection of any child or parent as a result of playing in or attending these events. Some studies done by Harvard, Brown, Boston, and Tufts show that schools can be open even at a high level of community spread with proper protocols in place. The American Academy of Pediatrics recently stated their recommendation that children need to return to in-school learning for their healthy development and well-being. A part-time fall-winter 2020 curriculum is not meeting our families' expectations of a full-time education to our students. In addition, the reported failure rates are 5 to 6 times pre-COVID levels. This suggests we are failing our students and children in a big way. Research has identified increased levels of depression and mental illness in children as a result of exclusive use of an online learning model, potentially leading to increased usage of prescription and illicit drugs. Remote learning continues to reveal the inequality within our community as the less fortunate community members that do not have access to a functional computer for their child. or access to high-speed internet, or tutors for their children. To illustrate, my firm, Quantum Financial Advisors, has donated 10 computers to single parents of Montgomery and PG counties that had their children attending classes on their phone. Some neighbors of mine who value in-school learning have decided to move. This seems like an expensive way to cast your vote. However, if more people feel this way, the result is an exodus from the community we love. I reiterate for my advocacy for the health and well-being of our children and the community. I stand ready to raise $1 million for PPE supplies and hire more qualified professionals to speed up the delivery of the vaccine contingent upon the board approving in-school learning by Feb 1. This is the second time I make this pledge to improve our children's education and help our community heal. With this, I remain.
Next, we have Sara Berkholtz.
Hello, my name is Sara Berkholtz, and I'm a parent to 2 elementary school children in MCPS, one of whom has special needs. I am here to talk about the failure of virtual learning, how other school districts have safely returned students to school, and advocate for an expedient return to in-person learning for students with special needs. Due to virtual learning, my kindergartner has regressed seriously over the past 10 months. My child is not alone. Other local moms shared that their children are also regressing due to virtual learning. IEPs are not being fulfilled, and the few services that are offered are largely inadequate. Occupational therapy, for example, is often reduced to students playing video games over Zoom. The results are measurable. MCPS reported that students with special needs experienced a dramatic rise in failing grades from last year. These are all the unfortunate consequences to extended virtual learning. However, this regression was avoidable. Dr. Fauci has stated clearly that in-person instruction should be the default setting for schools. I was nervous about potential school reopenings over the summer, but the data is in and shows that in-person learning can be done safely. I have almost a dozen nephews and nieces, and all of them have had an option for in-person learning across the U.S. in Massachusetts, Florida, Kansas, and Texas. One of my nephews in Middlesex County, Massachusetts, has special needs and has been in school 5 days a week since September without any school spread of COVID-19. That is despite his county's 7-day average case rate currently at 28 more cases than Montgomery County's. If my nephew lived here, he would still be in virtual learning and would have been worse off. Not due to the local COVID-19 case rates, but due to the lack of action that MCPS and the board have taken to reopen. According to the newly approved metrics from December, school could have been open all of Q1. Unfortunately, the board has been reactive instead of proactive. Students with special needs are suffering disproportionately as a result. What you all do today will significantly impact students with special needs. We need to be proactive in anticipating a return to school, acknowledging that teachers will start being vaccinated in just a few short weeks. Teachers could be fully vaccinated by the end of February. I'm asking the board to consider the 2 following items. 1. Commit to a plan that enables all students with special needs to return by March 1st at the very latest. MCPS has acquired top-of-the-line PPE for special education teachers. Combined with vaccinations, there is no logical reason to delay the return of students with special needs past March 1st, regardless of the community case rates. My hope is that all students designated within Phase 1 can return before March 1st. However, if that cannot be accomplished, then we still need a clear timeline for students with special needs. Delaying their return past March 1st is unacceptable. Secondly, I ask that the board not make any sweeping decisions on extending virtual learning this semester. Please meet on a bi-weekly basis so that reopening can happen as swiftly as it can. If you vote to delay considering in-person learning for an entire month or quarter, we could potentially miss weeks of valuable in-person instruction. Students with special needs must have a clear time frame for a return, and that return should not be unnecessarily delayed. It is time to take proactive leadership. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Jessica Hasson.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Jessica Hasson, and I'm a licensed psychologist in Maryland, Washington, D.C., and Virginia. I'm also the psychological assessment director at an insurance-based mental health practice with offices in Rockville and in Frederick, Maryland. Throughout the pandemic, we have been offering in-person psychological assessment services and have conducted over 100 in-person comprehensive psychological, neuropsychological, and psychoeducational evaluations for children, adolescents, and adults without any COVID transmissions. This is due to our use of simple mitigation procedures, including using masks, air purifiers, and hand sanitizer. Our ventilation systems were not updated in response to COVID, nor can we open our windows. Despite not having these additional procedures in place, we feel safe in our office, as do our clients. Our clients are aware of our mitigation procedures and are informed about the specific protocols we follow when someone comes into the office and how we reduce the risk of transmission within the office. It is this knowledge and our transparency with it that improves their comfort with coming for in-person services. You will notice that I'm wearing a mask. It's because I'm at my office at work. Right now, I'm alone in my office. Our administrative staff and another clinician is on site. I could take off my mask, but I don't because I'm a manager in our practice and therefore seen as a leader. The team takes cues from me. If I wear a mask, so do they. If I take my mask off at work, they will see that it's okay for them to do it as well. When you're in a position of leadership, the optics and the presentation matter. This is one area where MCPS and specifically the Board of Education has failed. You were discussing bringing students back into the classroom, yet continue to meet virtually. This sends the implicit message that it is not safe to be in person. If it's not safe for you, how can it possibly be safe for students and teachers? In reality, your job does not need to be done in person. This sort of meeting can be done virtually. Still, it sends the wrong message. You're seeing an image of the Indianapolis School District Board of Education meeting that was held in person in December 2020. This sends a message that they believe their mitigation strategies work. At the time of this meeting, their COVID-19 testing positivity rate was over 12%. Ours currently stands at less than 8%. This was an opportunity for you to demonstrate the safety of the mitigation procedures to the education system that you serve, and you failed in that. Another concern is that of transparency. I trust that you have a plan to return to the classroom, but it's not explicit. There needs to be a detailed plan, including making it evident that you will continue to purchase PPE to replace the pieces used, what PPE will be distributed to the classrooms, and how often it will be replenished. A visual of what the spacing will look like in the classroom, the procedures for lunch, and what happens if a student or staff does not comply with masking. We need an explicit plan, and frankly, we should have had it months ago. No more surveys, no more discussion. The return to classroom needs to be a priority. The status quo is not acceptable. Be the leaders that we elected. Because remember, actions speak louder than words, and right now your actions suggest fear, anxiety, and that the status quo is acceptable for the foreseeable future.
Next, we will hear from Brigid Meyer speaking for Misty Wine.
I'm speaking on behalf of Misty Wine. I'm Dr. Brigid Meyer. I'm an MCPS parent and MCPS physical therapist who works in healthcare on evenings and weekends. I offer a unique perspective as someone who works in a healthcare setting and in our school buildings with some of MCPS's neediest students. For healthcare workers, there are many years of training and retraining on maintaining a sanitary environment. We've learned the proper way to don and doff gloves and gowns, proper hand washing techniques, how to use masks, and lately how to ration supplies so we don't run out during a pandemic. Healthcare workers have stepped up during this crisis. Educators signed up to educate. Educators too stepped up without much notice. We learned how to teach online while facing the public opinion that we're lazy, not deserving of our salaries, and should not question any decision that directly affects the way we do our jobs. We've never worked harder in our careers than we do now. We work far beyond our duty day to provide some stability and normalcy for our students. Educators have never had to expose themselves to a novel virus that is indeed deadly. Working in special education adds a whole other layer to in-person risks. Last year, I traveled to 8 school buildings each week and visited countless classrooms. My students often still wear diapers or pull-ups, need changes of clothes throughout their day, and cannot tolerate a mask or maintain physical distancing. We also must consider how these children will react to staff wearing gowns, gloves, masks, and face shields, and the setbacks they'll experience during the inevitable inconsistency of returning to virtual learning when classes are quarantined. We have not asked healthcare workers to be educators, but we are asking educators to become healthcare workers with little training on maintaining proper sanitary conditions during a pandemic. A new study reports that COVID-19 infection rates for in-person elementary school staff with masks are 53% higher than community transmission. While my 5th grader prefers virtual learning, There's nothing more that I want as an educator than to return to buildings. I miss my students terribly. I miss treating them to help them get stronger. But educators are worried. We have our own families, and we feel like we're being forced to choose between our livelihood and the safety of our loved ones who may be at risk. When it is safe enough to open schools, which according to scientific guidelines is not anytime soon, we need training on how to use the PPE provided, and we need time to set up our spaces. But this should not happen in February. A Massachusetts General Hospital study found that children have a higher viral load than adult patients in the ICU. On Sunday, there were 639 new cases reported in our county. We continue to do our best for our students. Our only request is that our employer does their best for employees by offering the staff the choice to remain virtual, delaying in-person opening at least until the health metrics have been met, and providing the training educators need for safe reopening of our schools. Please adhere to the current health metrics and delay in-person learning. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Betty Ball.
My name is Betty Ball. My husband and I have 2 young children in MCPS, and I am here to advocate for a return to in-person instruction and an immediate return for our special education population. I have 3 points to make today. First, I would like you to picture a young child who has a neurological disorder that affects his speech, severely limiting almost all verbal communication, and that child is sitting in front of a screen being spoken to but is unable to reply back or communicate and engage in any substantial way, day after day after day. Now picture that same child in a typical special education classroom that is equipped with picture boards, where the child has the ability to gesture and point to items and objects around the room, and where he has assistance with the use of specialized electronic communication devices. This is just one example of so many children in our county with challenges that simply cannot be sufficiently addressed in a virtual model. My children and thousands more are being denied an adequate and equitable education during a critical time when their brains are most capable of forming pathways that will be the foundation for the rest of their lives. We talk about and stress the need for early intervention, and yet our children are going on almost a year of not receiving that which they cannot live to their fullest potential without. It's time to stop the lip service, and it's time to actually start providing services in the only meaningful way they can be received, which is in person in the classroom. Number 2. I understand everyone's concern for safety. I am a mother. I am a mother who cares deeply about the health and well-being of all children in our schools, not just my own. I care deeply about teachers and staff members, like my niece, who is a public high school teacher in another community similar to ours, but who has been back teaching in person safely for months, and whose elementary school-age children have been back in the classroom 5 days a week for months. I am also the wife of an essential worker who is in the transportation sector. He is in close contact with his coworkers and the public and has been since the beginning of this pandemic. But with hand washing and masks and other simple mitigation measures that we know are effective, going to work can be done safely. This leads me to my third and final point. I understand it might seem, after having spent so much time at home, too risky to re-enter the classroom on February 1st for both teachers and students. But it is being done safely all over this country. It is being done even right here in our own county with private therapists and private schools whose mitigation measures are the same as ours. The science and data have shown that schools can be open safely, which is why public school administrators are abandoning restrictive health metrics as a means for dictating learning models, and we need to do the same. To the board of directors and the superintendent, I would remind you that you are not beholden to the governor or the Montgomery County Health Department or Dr. Gales. The power to reopen schools lies entirely in your hands, so stop passing the buck. Work with the health department to determine what the steps for mitigation are and work to implement them. That is your job. Your job and your responsibility is to get our students back in the classroom and educate them, not to continue keeping them out of it. Finally, I would like to remind everyone that education is essential. Further, it is a right, and it's being denied by the Montgomery County Public School System. Neither teaching nor learning can be done adequately or effectively in a virtual platform. It is time to return to in-person instruction now.
Next, we have Yvonne VanLowe.
Hello, members of the Board of Education and MCPS leadership. I'm Yvonne VanLowe, Chair of the new MCC-PTA Committee on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. I offer the DEI Committee's testimony on the MCPS School Resource Officer Program. A detailed written testimony has also been submitted. Note, this statement has not yet been discussed or voted on by the MCC PTA delegates. As the Board of Education and MCPS consider the future of the SRO program, we urge you to discontinue placing police officers on every high school campus and instead invest more heavily in other school safety measures, such as early threat assessment, restorative practices, and mental health supports. We further recommend that the board and MCPS adopt stronger measures to reduce school-initiated calls for law enforcement in minor incidents that are better handled by the school staff. In 2010, MCC PTA passed a resolution in support of SROs. Our testimony today does not contradict this resolution, which only advocated for the assignment of police officers to each high school and was silent on whether the SRO should be physically placed inside the high school facility. The MCC PTA resolution also relied on the expectation that such assignments would provide vital safety and security functions and improved coordination and support between the Montgomery County Police Department and MCPS. This committee does not believe that these goals require SROs to be physically placed on campus. Further, MCC PTA's current advocacy priorities include ensuring access to equitable opportunities and an excellent education for all MCPS students, especially students historically disadvantaged based on race, ancestry, national origin, or color, or physical or mental disability. Most relevant to our committee, the SRO program has a disproportionately negative impact on our Black and Latino students and students with disabilities. Increased police presence in our schools can contribute to the school-to-prison pipeline, especially for our boys, Black and Latino students, and students receiving special education services. Practices that promote the school-to-prison pipeline block access to equitable opportunities and an excellent education for all MCPS students. We ask MCPS to engage to understand the perception of law enforcement more broadly and how an arrest or risk of arrest or police presence affects students' performance and perception. Thank you for addressing this important issue.
And next, we will have June Traicoff.
Good afternoon. My name is June Traicoff, and I'm the proud parent of 2 Rosa Parks Middle School students. Today, I request one action by the BOE regarding the schedule for in-person learning. I spoke at the last meeting about my perspective as a scientist, doctorate in molecular biology and microbiology, career in biomedical research and management, and COVID-19 clinical trials. I was grateful when Dr. Smith affirmed that COVID-19 is among us and with us to stay in some form permanently. I was glad the BOE revised the thresholds for case rates to 15 per 100,000 for hybrid return of the general population. This aligns with Maryland and was met during the entire first grading period. Science is always moving forward and incorporating new findings. Much has changed since December. More large-scale studies have shown the safety of in-person learning. The American Academy of Pediatrics has published updated guidance for school openings. We have reached the sad time of peak hospitalizations and cases, which are thankfully projected to steadily decline. We have 2 extraordinarily effective vaccines in use and another likely coming in a few weeks. We are now playing offense, and in a few days we'll have a new president and secretary of education with the top priority of opening schools. School districts across the nation are updating their metrics and policies for school opening based on new evidence. I realize the BOE is conservative and wants to simply follow Maryland and CDC, but they're due for updated guidance, and please follow it when it comes. I request one action: return small groups of students on February 1st, meaning the special populations originally scheduled to return on January 12th. Return them in cohorts smaller than or equal to the size of the learning hubs and equity hubs. The hubs have been successfully and safely run for months and have MCPS students in MCPS buildings throughout the county. Use the same simple mitigation strategies. The difference would be the adult in the room is employed by MCPS instead of a private company like Barty. MCPS is every bit as capable of safety measures and classroom management. This is an extremely reasonable and safe first step. We need to be honest and realistic. There will not be a COVID-free world. Just like after 9/11, things will look different in the new normal. Public health experts have a great analogy about layers of Swiss cheese. Each individual slice has a hole, but together make a solid block. Likewise, masks, distance, hand washing, air circulations, and vaccines work together to create layers of barriers to COVID-19 and will be our new normal. Let's put aside the inflammatory rhetoric about schools being full of death. It's not productive, inaccurate, reflects poorly on MCPS when coming from their employees or leaders in the teacher union and PTA, and is distasteful to the public, especially given the events in our country this past week. We know there's unfortunately a desire by some for continued school closure that is not at all about science, safety, or equity. It's about interest in dismantling public education, whether that's motivated by goals of privatizing education, advancing radical political agendas, or personal business interests. I'm speaking for the many average parents who quietly go about sending our kids to school, coming to school events, supporting school requests like sending in glue sticks or helping in class. We don't have a union or political connections or money to lobby elected officials. We rely on the BOE to represent us and provide checks and balances on the system. Please think of students and families first, act with a sense of urgency, and begin bringing students back to school on February 1st. Thank you for this opportunity.
Next, we will hear from Julia Rogers.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the members of the board for this opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Julia Rogers. I will start with the obvious. I love my students and I care about my colleagues. I am also very concerned about the families that are impacted by this terrible pandemic. I am speaking, though, with grave concern over the board's plan to shift metrics and putting students and staff in harm's way. I have seen what it can do to those who survive it and partially recover, those long haulers we all read about. And sadly, I know the devastating reality for colleagues in other areas that did not recover. What are we doing? If these past 7 days has taught us nothing, it has taught us that facts matter. People matter. We educators pour our hearts and souls into ensuring children get what they need, and that has not faltered at all in these past few months. This time is not normal. It is a pandemic, and we need to acknowledge it as such. Following science recommendations is what matters to keep our lives, which are the utmost important, safe and healthy, because otherwise, what are we doing? We are in a surge. Hospitals are near or at capacity. Frontline workers are maxed out. The data is starting to become more and more clear. Kids can get COVID. They can spread it. Teachers and staff will get sick, and some, sadly, may pay the ultimate price. What are we doing right before there is a vaccine for us to take? In New York City, for example, COVID rates were 53% higher among elementary school teachers and staff compared to the numbers of the surrounding community at the same time during a surge, just like now. In England, schools were reopened one day, and now buildings are shuttered due to a staggering rise in cases. What are we thinking? We need to listen to level, objective heads who look at shifting science and make decisions accordingly and objectively. We need to focus on giving people like me and my colleagues the tools we need to be professionals and continue to do our jobs while not having the added worry of returning right before we have access to a vaccine and becoming a long hauler or worse, a statistic in this surging pandemic. We need that support from our board, our school system, and our community to value the work that we do and know that we are committed to helping students during this time. We will safely return, but that must be done using an objective metric, such as the number of vaccinated teaching adults. We are in the tier where vaccines will be available to us in the coming month, then 4 weeks later, round 2, and then weeks for our systems to put us at a vaccinated level. The data is so clear, and I beg you to continue to listen to professionals like Dr. Gales, who has no agenda whether we open or not, but rather in keeping Montgomery County residents safe and healthy and trying to slow the surge so that our fellow frontline heroes can continue to do their jobs without adding to the numbers, because truly, what are we doing? Thank you for your time and your continued commitment to our schools.
Next up, we'll hear from Rhonda Jimenez.
Good morning. I'm Rhonda Jimenez, a parent of an MCPS student. Let's take a journey into the head of a 17-year-old. So just move over the cheese doodles in the Among Us games. You left your childhood home in Florida to journey to the unknown in Europe. You made friends, learned a new language, and even got a different worldview. But now your parents are telling you you're moving back to the States, this time to Maryland. They tell you they chose Maryland not for the job, but for the outstanding school system, just like the private IB you're in now. Next thing, you're on a plane heading for your next adventure, but that adventure never started. You would never meet any of your teachers. You would never use the cool computer lab you saw online. You would never participate in any sports. You would never set foot on any campus ever. You wonder, who's going to write my college recommendations? Those teachers haven't even met me. We'll even get into college. And why do my friends get to go to school, but I don't? Let's switch to what's inside Mom's head. I'm worrying about a boy who doesn't have one friend, who doesn't leave the blue glow of his laptop, who's pale, sullen, lethargic, not really interested in virtual athletics, which is more Zoom. He joined 4 virtual clubs hoping to meet a friend, but he just stares at a grid of black squares on the screen. He slowly stopped attending clubs along with everything else. I'm worried. What kills me is the inequity. All of his friends back in the Netherlands have been in school since the spring. His Florida friends since August, and all of the private schools here in Montgomery County across the street from my school, they're in session. But I'm not here for my child. I'm speaking for the kids who've become depressed and isolated. I'm speaking for all the juniors and seniors with SATs having to compete against kids that are in person, the moms who had to quit their jobs to become unpaid tutors, for the special needs children that are noticeably regressing. I'm speaking for the majority who've said they want their kids back. Now let's pivot into what's in your heads. Do you begin reopening like 44 other states have and the rest of the world? You know it's safe to reopen. You've heard from Dr. Fauci, Redfield, echoing this with data. You've heard from Governor Hogan and the Secretary Salmon saying, bring the students back where possible. Some want to say virtual, that's understandable, but their choice should not infringe on everyone else's. So who do you follow, the experts or the media? Science or speculation? What other districts who have opened successfully are doing, or what the union tells you to do? I close with, what is your job as a board? Who do you really serve? The teachers? The unions? The parents? You serve our children, and they need you. Please open our schools.
Next, we'll hear from Christine Handy.
Members of the Montgomery County Public Schools Board of Education. My name is Dr. Christine Handy, President of McCappin-McBoa. I am here today on behalf of our Board of Directors to share that we are in full support of the School Resource Officer Program and wish to keep officers positioned within MCPS schools. This stance is in alignment with MCPS high school principals who are united in retaining the SRO program. In 2018, Maryland passed the Safe to Learn Act, which aims to improve school safety. This focused on the addition of school resource officers and increased mental health services in our schools. In 2019, the Maryland Center for School Safety collaborated with local school systems to establish training and guidelines for school resource officers. Local school systems must submit reports that show that their schools have dedicated SROs or have adequate law enforcement coverage available to support schools. MCPS chose to have dedicated SROs for clusters of schools. This requirement provides safety and security for MCPS schools who rely on SROs to serve as our partners when addressing law-breaking incidences such as physical assaults, drug possession and distribution, and weapons in schools, and to assist in preventative safety measures. Students that engage in acts which violate a criminal statute within a school are addressed using the Code of Conduct, and those instances may require police intervention. If and when these situations occur, an SRO who has intentionally developed positive relationships with students, staff, and parents can and often intervene appropriately as part of a collaborative team within the school. Sometimes this is to de-escalate a situation, or it may be to prevent a situation from happening altogether. School administrators agree that the best practice of addressing student misconduct is through school-based comprehensive interventions as defined by the MCPS Code of Conduct. SROs are merely a part of this equation when the situation involves a criminal statute. They are not disciplinarians, and they are not the first stop in the sequence. Our schools and school clusters are small communities serving thousands of students, staff, and parents. We would not remove police officers from communities of this size outside of school. That's why would we do this in our school communities? The data that we will never be able to calculate is the number of serious incidents that are prevented as a result of the presence of SROs in our schools. 3 minutes is not enough time to give specific examples. However, it is all about relationships. As with any human endeavor, there is always room to improve and grow. The answer to the challenges that may exist with the program is not to remove the program altogether, but instead, the more reasonable route is to review the program comprehensively and identify areas needing improvement. I could go on and on as to the benefits of SROs in our schools, but the bottom line, our school leaders support the continuance of the SRO program and MCPS. On behalf of the McAppen-McBoa Board of Directors, I thank you for your time.
Next up is Deb Stahl.
Members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I know lots of folks are here to talk about the problems with online learning. For the record, I'm in favor of remaining remote while numbers are as high as they are, despite the downsides. Today, I want to discuss one of those downsides, which is declines in music ensemble classes like band, chorus, and orchestra, and what that leads to in MCPS. While this may not be on your radar yet this year, it's very much on the minds of music teachers every year, and here's why. The last time I testified here, I spoke about the all too common cycle of especially secondary music teachers being involuntarily transferred at high rates when enrollments at their school dropped, thus making it increasingly harder to build programs in successive years because it takes more than a single year to build a program, no matter how badly the schools really want those programs to keep growing. And some schools are replacing teachers yearly or almost yearly as a result of this cycle. Every MCPS music teacher I've talked to has communicated that their enrollment is dropping like never before. This situation truly is unprecedented. And it's not the fault of teachers who are going through all of these measures to reach as many of their students as well as they can under these conditions. Elementary band and chorus enrollment is also down significantly, which will impact middle and high school enrollment for at least the next 6 or 7 years. As a music parent myself for the next over 10 years, I've seen the impact of music and the arts on my own children. Chorus and digital art are some of the few classes for which my sophomore will willingly turn on her camera. Many families said to me as a teacher at parent conferences this fall that they were pleased and surprised to hear their students playing their instruments even when it wasn't class time. It's because it's valuable for them. Sometimes our classes are why kids come to school and check in on Zoom at all. I know we're concerned about academic progress, rightfully so. More important than that right now is the mental health of our students. For many MCPS students, and for many of us adults, the arts is what's keeping us sane and keeping us going. For the sake of our students, we can't allow these classes to fall by the wayside in the coming school year or in the near future. If ensemble teachers are losing a third to a half of their students, this is going to be doing this cycle all over again. And now that some students are being permitted to drop electives second semester this year, there will be very few MCPS music or arts teachers unaffected. This cycle could be replicated, placing new to the school teachers in nearly every MCPS school, elementary through high school. We're asking the board to not pull the involuntary transfer trigger this year or even the next as we return to normal. Our students need these classes. They need this interaction with trusted teachers, whether it's online or in person. Don't forget, MCPS will likely have an inrush of kindergarten students this coming fall as parents who redshirted their kids rejoin MCPS. So the numbers will regain balance over the next 10 years or so, given the chance for that to happen. Students need their arts teachers more than ever right now, and they're still going to need them next year when schools reopen. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Allison Wohl.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the issue of the impact of learning loss on vulnerable students, specifically students with disabilities. My name is Allison Wohl. As a result of the distance learning plan that MCPS developed, our youngest son, Julian, who is a 5th grader and who has Down syndrome, has gone from being an engaged, enthusiastic student who loves learning to an anxious and isolated child who has regressed in both academic learning and social engagement skills. Although we understand that the school system was forced to react and quickly build something new to respond to this public health crisis, that no longer serves as an excuse for the totally inadequate education MCPS continues to provide our most vulnerable students who are suffering long-term emotional and educational harm. At its core, Down syndrome is a processing disorder. This makes learning over a computer problematic. Distance learning, as implemented by MCPS, provides only a tiny portion of what Julian needs educationally. Without curriculum modifications, which we've asked for repeatedly, he's denied the tools he needs as well as hands-on learning supported by trained professionals. As a result, most of the curriculum is inaccessible to him. Learning for all students, but especially students with disabilities, is more than just acquiring math and reading skills. There is a critical social emotional aspect that school provides, and that piece, community, is largely missing for Julian. If he can't belong and learn from peers, then there's no inclusion. So how do we ensure that the most vulnerable students have a chance to recover much what they've lost? First, bring students with disabilities back to the classroom on March 1st. Since Governor Hogan's vaccination rollout plan has prioritized teachers and school staff in Phase 1B, there will be plenty of time for teachers to get vaccinations as an added layer of safety. Second, if a March 1st return is not achievable, the board must commit to meeting in mid-February to consider an April 1st return, which would still mean more than a year without an actual instruction or social emotional learning. Third, MCPS must begin now to develop compensatory services. For many students, this will mean repeating their current grade to replace a lost year of learning. Assistant Superintendent Lowndes told us last week that this must be done through the IEP process. IEPs are often used too narrowly and are designed to encourage administrative compliance. This means preventing flexibility, creativity, or innovation. Administrators must be given flexibility and supported in their efforts to tailor compensatory services to individual students. Fourth, summer school cannot be the only option. Summer learning is not a substitute for an academic year. The facts are clear. MCPS has the opportunity to continue to be a national education leader, but to do so, it must take smart and bold steps now. Our kids' futures depend on it. Thank you.
Our final video testimony comes from Erica Marat.
Hello, my name is Erica Marat, and I'm a professor of political science and a mother of a first grader at MCPS. Like many educators across the nation, I've been frustrated with teaching online. My students are adults and capable of adjusting to online format, but I know that no matter how hard I try, even adult students are struggling to grasp all the content in my classes. For a truly interactive and fulfilling learning, nothing substitutes an in-person experience. It's because of this realization I've been advocating within my workplace to safely reopen classrooms. And it puzzles me why other educators within MCPS aren't doing the same. Why the default position is to remain online without accommodating the most at-risk groups. Unlike adults, children are suffering in this environment. Like other parents, I can see how my first grader struggles with staying focused on his screen all day. As an educator, I call on all MCPS educators to prioritize your students, think creatively, and fulfill your mission as essential members of our community. As educators, we should be guided by the question, are we doing enough? Are we reasonable in how we assess risks of interacting with children and the risks of children not being in classrooms? As a parent, I assess risks to my child every day. Over the winter break, my son attended an indoor camp, and with all the mitigation procedures, he was able to enjoy his time with his peers. For a whole week, he came back home as a transformed, happy kid, and there were no reports of COVID spread in his facility. Dear BOE members, some of the discussions we're having today should have happened months ago. Of course, no one has a crystal ball, and of course, you have a hard task in front of you. And yet, it is telling that we're one of the 5 states in the nation not offering any in-person education. A new study by the National Center for Research on Education Access and Choice concludes that it is safe to reopen schools in counties where there are fewer than 36 to 44 new COVID county hospitalizations per 100,000 people per week. That's a much higher threshold than currently set out by the MCPS. Teachers should be prioritized for vaccination, but schools have been open around the country for months without the vaccine. Here in Montgomery County, if camps, pods, and equity hubs are running safely, why can't the doors be open to first groups? Why can't we accommodate our youngest learners and special need groups starting February? Teachers can teach from classrooms like in Arlington County and other counties across the nation, and we can try to do just enough.
This concludes our public comments. The next business meeting of the Board of Education for public comment is Thursday, January the 28th. Sign-ups will begin on Wednesday, January 20th. At this time, I'm going to ask Dr. Smith to proceed with item 5.1, 5.0.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Just want to share with the community, and I know the board knows this because you, as well as I, get literally hundreds of emails a day. As I've sat and listened closely to all of this community comment, I've been reading emails as they come in during the comment. And I do read them all. I read every one of them. And I would just say that there are many, many, many different perspectives shared in those emails. There is no single voice here about what should or should happen. And there's no agreement on the science. People use the science to hit me because I don't recommend you to open schools. And they use the science to hit me because they're afraid I will recommend to you to open the schools. So I just want to be clear about that with our community. There is no common agreement, and people use the science in whatever way they want to use the science. And I think that's an important statement for me to make. And as a grandfather with 6 grandchildren in daycare and all in elementary school, I understand your concern. They are in the states of Indiana, New York, and Maine. And they're having vastly different experiences than what was portrayed in some of these comments. One set of grandchildren, their schools open and close just about every other week. So they go back and forth constantly. And that's not a statement that I think schools should be kept closed. That's a statement that my grandchildren's experience is in one of those other 44 states that people are talking about, and it is not consistent with what I hear in some of the comment. So I think it's really important that we not generalize, that we not gloss over and say that everything is happening perfectly in other states and not in Maryland, in other counties, and not in Montgomery County. Everyone is working to the best of their ability right now, including this Board of Education in front of me, to make sure that we get students back in school as quickly as we possibly can with the least amount of disruption and with the least amount of effect on them once we do come back into schools, on our staff, our students, and our community. That is our intent, our desire, and our effort. And so I wanted to share that with our community today. As we sit in 2021, we have a range of challenges that continue on, and we have some new opportunities, like the vaccination program that we'll be talking about today, like the ever-growing amount of information about mitigation, about protection, about doing our best, about what happens with this virus. We started about 10 months ago with zero knowledge. We started with 165,000 students all walking into school buildings every day for an in-building experience. And in the last 10 months, what we have all learned across our entire community, state, and nation is amazing. We've learned so much, and many of the best things we've learned and that we've started to practice, we need to carry forward when we are able to have students fully back into schools, and schools look and feel and are like they were prior to last March 13th when all of this began. But I do want to pause just for a moment and talk about the larger issues in our country and what we saw last week in the Capitol. I, like Ms. Wolf, am deeply concerned. It's actually more than concern. It's anxiety. It's a deep level of fear, not fear for my personal safety, but fear for our most important institutions in this country. And I am very, very concerned. And the model that we set, no matter what our particular political position, no matter what our life philosophy, no matter what you think of me or any of these boards of education members, the model that we set for children is so critically important. And the model that we put forward around equity, around trust, around the care for one another, every single child, every student, every member of the community has long-lasting, deep effect on people. So I would just call on all of us, myself first and foremost, to be a model of how we should speak and act and respond to others, and that we care for our children, our students, and one another, apart and regardless of race, culture, language, checkbook balance, religion, or any other factor that can be used to pull us together or tear us apart. In my budget, I called for us to be united going forward around our budget. I think we need to be united going forward in a much stronger way based on what I saw last week on my television screen. And so I care deeply about this community that I've been part of for the last 5 years, and long after I'm gone, I hope this community thrives and does well. And the decisions and the actions we take today will have an important effect on this community 1, 2, 5, 10 years from now. And I just think it's critically important that we speak up and say that when we see something good, we call it good, and we see something bad, we say it's bad. And what I saw last week was bad at a deep level. Today, we're going to share a lot of information with you about a very complex and difficult situation. How do we reopen schools? How do we as a community balance the safety and the well-being of our students and provide them the experiences they need? And as we move forward, it's incredibly important that we express our commitment to a high-quality educational experience for every child, whether it's in our budget, our policy, or in this conversation today. It's true that when we plan to bring students back in, that we have been cautious and thoughtful and prudent. It's true that the plans have been underway for a long time. It's absolutely accurate. It's the same long time that all of us, our small businesses, our families, our medical professionals, the people that provide us with our groceries and our food when we walk into Target or Safeway or Giant, and I shouldn't call out business names, but you know what I'm saying. Any of those, they're all out there. They're all doing the work. And we've got to remember that. We've got to be careful how we speak because people are serving us. But our job is to serve the children of Montgomery County. And in this complicated situation, we've got to continue to look back and correct and continue to look forward and correct. Many local systems have tried recently to open, and more recently they've closed. I understand the frustration. I understand the concern. I understand the disruption. I understand the anger of people because school buildings have been closed. I also understand the fear and the anxiety and the frustration of people when we say to them, we want you to go back into this situation, but others aren't. All of those issues are there, and we've got to pay attention to them. But I would ask the board, and I will recommend to the board, things today that I think make the most sense, that we have broadly vetted, worked closely with many, many different people and organizations to come to conclusions, to look at the CDC information as well as state and local health information, and then move forward. So as we reflect on these things, I want to make sure that people understand that because you agree or disagree with what is done today, that does not change the commitment of these 8 Board of Education members that I have grown to know very well, nor does it change the commitment of all of the staff you see in front of you and the thousands beyond this screen, nor does it change my commitment to the best education we can provide in the most difficult, strange, unusual, unprecedented, whatever cliche word we want to use, circumstance that any of us have ever lived through in our lifetime. We lived through other circumstances, but no one has lived through this particular circumstance. And so I'll ask Dr. McKnight now to walk us through these issues, and we'll move forward. We're going to make some recommendations to the board today and ask for your consideration. And then whatever decision you make today, we will implement with integrity and good faith. Dr. McKnight.
Thank you, Dr. Smith, and good afternoon, board members. I'll just add on a little bit more additional context into what Dr. Smith said before we get into the meat of this presentation. I first want to begin by saying my deep appreciation for our staff who've really stepped up to help our students during these unprecedented and uncertain times. We have the conversation often and say, you know, in-person instruction is not the same as virtual, and we do understand that. And so we have worked hard, collaborated. People have been innovative. Our teachers have done some really great things to try and get us during the present time that we're in. And so I just want to say that, it would be remiss to begin this conversation without sharing that a deep appreciation, because our staff has just gone to leaps and bounds to figure out ways to connect with our students in ways that are meaningful. I also want to say, while this is a topic that's very difficult and there are many different opinions about it, we're actually at a time in which I think it's critically important that we continue to provide that support for one another and support for our students in unison in thinking about what it is that we can do to keep folks safe, to keep our staff and students safe as we continue to focus on learning being definitely important to our students and how we support them in the business of education, because that's what we do. That's our business. And we want to continue to provide a constant that provides stability for our students during this time in the best way possible. So I just want to reiterate that, because that's what we have been doing and will continue to do. And every single week we come back and say, what do we need to do better and what have we learned from what we've implemented in this virtual environment, knowing that it's an ongoing process of evaluation for us and how we are meeting the needs of our students. During our last board meeting, which was on December 15th, the board decided to delay the vote on our return to school plan until today. The team will share current metrics that will be really important for us to take into our consideration today and make a recommendation on how to move forward. While we are preparing for in-person learning, and that will continue, virtual learning is and will continue to be our core instructional model as we continue to engage in this discussion about how to bring back in-person opportunities for our students. We will examine important considerations that will support student success in the second semester around classes, schedules, pacing, extensive student supports, including important direct tutoring supports for our students who are struggling the most. We've identified those students. We are looking and working with our staff and our leaders of our buildings to really think about how can we provide support to our students who are showing us that they are struggling and they need more or additional support that will meet their needs. And so with that said, we're going to continue our conversation. I'm going to kick it off to Mr. Turner at this point, and he's going to begin the presentation to begin the discussion around current metrics. Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight and Dr. Smith, and good afternoon, board members. I'd like to begin with a reminder to our community that in December, the Board of Education established health metrics thresholds that will allow for a safe return to in-person learning experiences for those who have selected it, when the new case rate is below 15 cases per 100,000 and the test positivity rate is below 5%. And so I'm going to pull up the COVID data dashboard for all to see. And so what you can see in front of you is that our current case rate per 100,000 is 44, and our test positivity rate is 7.5%. And both of those are significantly above the thresholds on which the board set in December. I just also want to point out that currently we have 281 employees since March who have tested positive for COVID-19, and that 43 employees are currently quarantined. So if we can go to the slide deck, please. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. So looking ahead, we're looking through the CDC assessment of where we are moving forward. And this CDC assessment leverages multiple models from across the country. And what we can see is that for Montgomery County, the case rate remains above the 15 cases per 100,000, which if you compare it, it's 200, anything above 200 is above 15 cases per 100,000. And that's the threshold as we get to 15 cases as we look towards February 1st. This is an important reminder to our community that while we're all completely fatigued from having to wear face masks and to physically distance from our friends and our colleagues, that it's critical that we do this to keep ourselves and our families safe and to help accelerate ourselves to get back to a sense of normalcy for our community. And I'd also like to provide a quick update about vaccinations, as Dr. Smith referenced. As the board advocated for and aligned with federal guidance, school employees have been placed in phase 1B of the vaccination, which is scheduled to begin at the end of this month. We're closely working with our county health officials to get our staff into the queue and ready to go. We will be providing updates to our staff about this process over the coming weeks. And with that, I want to turn this over to Dr. Smith for a recommendation.
So we've looked at many different pieces of information and many different recommendations and many different opinions and perspectives. In fact, I just got some as I was sitting here listening to Mr. Turner. And today we recommend coming back to you, and because we have not reached the thresholds and because we do not have the vaccination program fully in place that could potentially change those thresholds, and I'll talk about that in a minute, then we're recommending that we aim for an opening on March 15th, 2021, and not try to phase in students on February 1st of 2021. I know this is difficult for some, and for others they're relieved. I understand those emotions that cross this county. We think this makes the most sense at this point, though. We also understand that with the vaccination program, it may well have an effect because our staff members are being accelerated right now as we speak by the state, and we're working with our local health department to accelerate the vaccine availability to staff members, both the first dose and the second dose. And we all know there's a week's difference depending on which of those two vaccines that you take. And then there are a few days after that they want to see, the researchers want to see that after someone's had the vaccine, first dose and second dose. And so we think March 15th gives us an opportunity to begin phasing in according to the earlier plan. And I do want to reassure our community that we're making all of those plans right now around instrumental music and around physical education and the different questions that people ask in their emails, and that we have been building out all of that now for the past several months. And that as we go forward, and if the board does choose to accept the recommendation of March 15th, that we will continue to put that information out in a timely manner so people will know what students will be walking back into. We'll continue to work with our staff so that we provide them the training for all of the different areas of safety and well-being for themselves and the children and for their colleagues and anyone they interact with. We'll continue doing all that work, but we are recommending March 15th as the new date for phasing in students. And that would be in combination with moving our staff members, those who are going to go back into an in-person setting, starting with our frontline workers who've been out there doing the work in the community for the past 10 months to receive the vaccination as soon as we possibly can, but we've been assured it will start before the end of January for them. And then we've asked the state to look at the metrics that are there and say, so if a school does have 100% of the staff in that school who's received the full regimen of vaccinations and there's been the requisite time during that vaccination process, how does that change those metrics for that school? Maybe not for the community or the state, but for that school. And we call upon the state health department to give us that information. We've asked them in meetings with other superintendents to give us that information, but we want to see that. We also are recommending in the resolution that I've put forth today that we go back and look at our school calendar, because if we are able to go back in on March 15th, and I'm truly hopeful that we will be able to begin phasing students, the placement of the spring vacation may not make the most sense, and the construct of the spring vacation may not make the most sense given the environment we are in right now. We're not recommending any particular construct, but simply that we would spend the coming weeks working with the Board of Education and with our stakeholders and community around what should the school year look like from March 15th going forward in terms of this year's calendar. And then we'll simultaneously be working with the Board of Education and the community on next year's calendar. So that's the essence of what we're recommending today and what we think makes the most sense given all the information we have from all the stakeholders, all of the state, local, and federal guidelines and advice that's being given, and from the experience of many, many other school systems across the country as they have either reopened or tried to reopen or reopened and shut down. And all of those things are going on right now as we speak.
Thank you. Ms. O'Neill.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Smith. In a county with 1 million people, there are 1 million different opinions on every subject. And, you know, we've heard everything from open the damn schools to please, I beg you, don't open the schools. I don't think any of us ever expected that last year on March 16th, which was the first day of school closure, that we would be sitting here discussing 1 year almost minus a day about reopening. That, you know, I think last March I thought, oh, it would be a few weeks. I never, ever anticipated that we would be in this position. I do wholeheartedly believe that vaccination is the path forward to a normal existence. Although I offer the caveat that children, I've heard, will not begin to be vaccinated until 2022. But, you know, we have adults working in the buildings, and we in MCPS need to do everything we can to make sure that our staff are vaccinated as quickly as possible. I know it's Group 1B and it's anticipated the end of January, but Fairfax County is beginning their vaccinations of Fairfax County Public School employees this Saturday. We need to continue to work at the local and the state level. I think all of us know that our special education children have been learning, have had learning loss. We can't replicate via Zoom what goes on in the classrooms and supports, even, you know, into the wildest imagination about trying to do our best. I know that 1 year time for our youngest children is just such a tremendous period of time for learning loss. But, you know, it's very easy for everyone to offer you the opinion. It's harder to take the responsibility for health and safety. And health and safety has to be our number one priority for everyone. So I know there's going to be anger and frustration that we are talking about 1 year, but it's a very, very difficult situation. And to those who said that the teachers union have been forcing us to do this, I would argue that some of the biggest bullies that have emailed us with some of the most obnoxious ideas are not MCPS employees. So, you know, I value hearing from everyone, but I think that one thing that was demonstrated last week is people take too much information off social media to prove whatever their point is, and people don't listen to each other.
Is there any other discussion? Ms. Harris.
I just have 3 short practical questions, points from the teacher perspective. And one is how we will be facilitating the access of our teachers to get back into their classrooms to prepare those who will be going back to teach in person, because there will be some adjustments that they'll need to be making in their classrooms. And also, you know, there will be other measures that they're going to want to collaborate with their fellow school-based staff members on, as they're all getting used to the measures that are going to be required around social distancing and other infection control measures. The other thing, how are we going to facilitate the professional collaboration opportunities for teachers in MCPS who have been purely virtual since last March to learn from their colleagues in this county and around the country who have been teaching in person, either in school systems that are fully open or that are using the choice-based hybrid models, because I think there's a lot of practical expertise that's developed among teachers around the country, and helping to facilitate our teachers' engagement and learning and collaboration with some of those new experts would be very, very helpful. And then the third thing, I'm just going to repeat my request for a very clear standalone document to go out to all of our communities that outline very specifically what infection control measures will be operational and implemented in every school building, what that will look like, and how that will be enforced. And again, yes, we should include that in multiple pieces of our conversation and our communications, but we need a simple, straightforward, clear, transparent, standalone document that's going out to all of our school-based staff and all of our families so that they know very directly and very clearly what we'll be doing in schools to keep people safe.
So, Ms. Harris, I'm going to respond to the third point and the first point, and then I'm going to ask Dr. McKnight to talk about the second one. The third point about the clear information, we will be providing that if in fact we can go back on March 15th, and I'm very hopeful that we can begin phasing in. I think that's likely at this point. I hope it is. We're going to work very hard to make sure it is. Then 3 or 4 weeks before that time, if everything is looking positive and we're moving toward that point, that's when we would provide that very specific information to the families that have indicated they want to come back to in-person learning, and we will make sure that happens. The first question, remind me of the first question. It just left my head. Sorry.
Preparing how we're allowing time to have teachers prepared to return back.
We have many teachers who are working from their classrooms now, so buildings are accessible. But we also have been in conversation with the state superintendent about allowing us 2 or 3 school days, at least that week before students would walk back in, where we would have time for our staff members, teachers, paraprofessionals, front office staff, to really go back in and open the school building as it's a beginning of the school building year. And so we'll continue to work with the state on that adjustment to the school days. And Montgomery County, actually, we have built into our calendar more days than the state requires, but we have already communicated with the state superintendent about that. And we've been in conversation across our stakeholders about the idea of providing more time for people to get ready, because for our youngest learners, many of them have had no school experience or very little school experience in a building. And so for us to expect adults to be able to walk in on a Monday morning an hour before the students arrive is not reasonable. And so we are working on that, and we will build in time for school buildings to be well prepared before they open. We also are part of a consortium across multiple states of large school systems like us that have had a variety of experiences this year. Of some have opened and closed, and some have yet not opened. And so we do get a lot of information from them, and we have suggested to them that even broader sharing among teachers, teacher leaders, and principals would be the next step. So far, it's been really operationally focused, and S.E. McGuire, Derek Turner, and many others have been deeply engaged with school systems across this country, as have I and other members of our team, to gain that knowledge and understanding of what's happened in other places. And we've talked for many weeks. We were talking almost weekly, and now they're about every other week that we have those consortium discussions with our other school system partners around the country. And Dr. McKnight, you want to talk about the training, or call on your staff members to talk about how we want to make staff fully prepared to take on this monumental task of opening the buildings?
Right, Dr. Smith, you covered most of it in some of the responses. Much of the training that we prepare for the staff definitely is going to cover what we have learned from the consortiums that we are a part of, who've already prepared for bringing students in person. And so that's where that connection and those relationships have been very helpful to us. Actually, from what we presented to the board thus far, you'll see a lot of it has been very reflective of what we have taken from them and lessons learned in planning for in-person. So we'll continue to do that same work. We've also, Ms. McGuire and team, they've actually already been developing some modules that staff will participate in to get them prepared for returning and addressing the things that you mentioned, following protocols to make sure that when we are able to bring people in, they're doing so in a safe way. So that's already underway, and we will continue to build on that as we get prepared to roll out the in-person learning plan.
Are there, Rebecca?
Yeah, thank you. So I have a bunch of thoughts on this actually, but so a couple of things off the top of, from the beginning. If we were to wait until March 15th, I'm curious about a couple of things. First of all, one would be, why would we need to do phasing in if we're waiting that long? Couldn't we just bring everyone back? Since, we will have already started the vaccination process. And then kind of following up along your, in response to your answer to Ms. Harris's question about the communication, you said, Dr. Smith, that if we are able to go back in March, which we're hoping to do, then we would put out clear communications. And I guess my question is sort of multifolded in that, shouldn't we, what have we done up till now? And I wouldn't imagine we'd need extra time for cleaning and establishing. I know some of our teachers, for example, have been, on their own going in and teaching virtually from their classrooms. Have we considered something where in order to help ease the transition, we could think about, if our staff goes back by, let's just even say March 1st, to continue their teaching virtually from the classrooms. That way they could get into, routines and protocols without the students being in attendance to complicate things, if you will, or to kind of ease our staff members' concerns. Vaccines will have already been going out. And so I guess I feel like it's important that we start communicating with people what our plan is for reopening. I'm assuming it'll be a full-time 5-day week unless you choose to do it optionally. And I know there are some states like New York that have set up individual virtual schools versus trying to do it jointly from one school having half virtual, half in person, if that makes sense. But so I guess I'm trying to better ascertain what it is that where we are now in terms to where we'll be March 15th.
Can I just ask a question, Dr. Smith? Are you going to be covering some of this later? And should we just right now address the issue of whether or not we're going to be able to move the date until March 15th? Because I think a lot of these questions are substantive and they must be answered, but I didn't know if they were in your presentation further down.
Yes, the question the part of the question I think we should respond to now is if the board chooses to open schools and begin the phasing program on February 1st, we're going to begin on February 1st with the plan we've put in front of you and begin communicating with families tomorrow. And that gives us the 3 weeks before school starts. We would bring staff in the last week of January. And so it is as we've said, and we'll share a lot of the questions are things like, well, how are you going to handle PE? And you can't have instrumental music. And how are you going to handle lunch? And how are you going to handle bathroom lineup and bus dismissal? And those are really nuts and bolts questions that we have worked on, and we have lots of information. But there's no reason to be putting out that information before we have a firm date to go forward, because every time the date changes, that information changes slightly. If indeed the board chooses to go with March 15th, we will continue working on that. I don't think our priority of students will change unless the board asks us to change. We did a lot of work back in October, November, December with that priority. We talked with you on December 4th and 15th about that priority. The question would be, how quickly could we accelerate that? Certainly, even if we go in on March 15th, it's important for people to understand it's not like schools are suddenly going to throw open their doors and everyone's going to go back in and school will be like it was before. Social distancing will still be required. Masks will still be required. COVID-19 will still be with us on March 15th. There's no doubt. The question is, can we safely and in a thoughtful, prudent way fill up our schools? And so bringing all of the teachers in on March 15th or March 1st would actually be counterproductive, Ms. Smodrowski, because we would need all those rooms for those much smaller classes and for that social distancing. And so we will think through with you, with our community, with our stakeholders, every single piece of this as we continue to go forward. As Ms. Wolf said, the first question is, are you going to direct us to go back in February 1st, or are you going to direct us to plan for March 15th? That's the question we need answered now. And then we will continue to discuss all of the issues, questions in the rest of this presentation and going forward as we do this. And so Ms. Wolf, whenever you're ready, I can either share the...
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you like me to share the resolves right now?
Yes, thank you.
So there are two resolves in this recommendation I'm making. First, that the Board of Education delay the return of students for in-person instruction until March 15, 2021, on the condition that established health metrics are met in advance of that date, or health guidance is adjusted as a result of COVID-19 vaccine distribution and administration. And be it further resolved that the superintendent of schools will review and recommend adjustments to the school year 2021 calendar needed to maintain a robust virtual learning program and provide for continuity in the transition to in-person instruction when conditions allow. And be it further resolved that the Board of Education confirm no later than February 23rd whether a safe return to in-person learning can begin on March 15th, 2021.
Move approval.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Yes, Ms. Silvestri.
Dr. Smith, I just wanted to clarify the or in that whereas metrics or change in health advice. Ultimately, it's always been up to us, correct? I mean, we've taken the advice of the CDC and our local health officials, but if I guess what you're saying is that they may say it's safe to go back to school if all the employees are now vaccinated. I'm just trying to understand the decision point.
That's what it's saying exactly, is that with the vaccination and the increasing number of people who are vaccinated, if a school has 100% of the adults that are in that school have been vaccinated, then does that change the threat? And we've asked this question to the Deputy Secretary of the Maryland Department of Health. Does that change the threshold of 15 per 100,000? Does that create a condition where that threshold is no longer appropriate, that it is indeed too restrictive, as many members of our community have said, when 100% of the staff in that building have gone through that process of both administrations of the vaccine, the waiting of the 10 days or whatever number of days, it's not right immediately in my mind, but there's a certain number of days after the second administration that you have to wait, and then the confidence is that you are inoculated against the vaccine. So if the adults are indeed inoculated against that, should that change those metrics under which schools are working? And I would point out too, you're right, certainly the county and the federal government have been engaged with metrics like these, but these metrics that we're working under were delivered by Governor Hogan on August, I believe it was the 27th, 2021. And he asked us to look at these metrics. And I know that Dr. Salmon has said they're just guidance. But when we look at the range and what's happened with the number of cases, the use of hospitalization, the positivity rates, all of those things coming together, and I am not a physician, nor do I claim to be, that's how we think about this. But can those metrics be adjusted now with the imminent vaccination of school employees and school staff members, knowing that many of them will continue to work virtually because that's what parents and families have asked for?
Great. Thank you.
And Dr. Smith, I have a question. If I understood you correctly, you said 100% of those returning. Does it have to be 100%? Because some may still opt not to take the vaccination.
Well, I think initially some may opt not to take the vaccination, but when we look at that, we probably would want to start with populating schools with people who have been vaccinated, and that would just be an initial step. And that's.
But won't there be people whose medical professional might tell them that they probably should hold off from taking it, and they still would want to come back?
That's very possible, and we will work through that if that happens. Absolutely. I understand you. I was just saying, when we look at the metrics, if a critical mass, 100%, 94%, whatever it is, that it, how do those metrics all fit together? So thank you for that clarification.
Okay. Ms. Mandrowski.
Yeah, sorry, not trying to harp on this, but I really need some better clarification. It's not that I expect that we, with the numbers the way they are, that we would be necessarily going back on February 1st. My concern about voting to officially delay it is like you mentioned, Dr. Smith, and I'd like some clarification on that if we wait, if we vote to delay to the reopening till March 15th, that some things would change. And I'm curious, like, what is it that you would anticipate changing between this marking period and the last marking period in terms of the work that we've done to bring kids back into school?
Well, just as I was discussing with Ms. Wolf on her question, depending on what that vaccination rate is and the number of people, what would be the threshold? And how quickly could we accelerate kids back in given those vaccinations? And, those sorts of things. Those are the questions I would have and that I do have for our medical professionals at the state and local and federal level. And how does that look? Because if the vaccine doesn't change some of that, then what's the effect of the vaccine?
Well, right. And that's part of where my issue comes in. We've got our learning hubs because we know, and from everything that I can tell and see and have been shown, they're being successful, which I'm really happy about. But unfortunately, they just can't accommodate enough people. We've got, BART doing stuff in our buildings. And I know I bring this up at every one of these meetings, but, how are they doing it? Yes, we've had staff members who are on the front lines who have been hit with COVID and are dealing with all of that, but they're still there. And they're doing it and they're working through it, and we're working through it as a system. So, and I know, to Ms. O'Neill's point about everybody listens to their own different. Can pick and choose what they want to pull to prove to back their position. This for me is more just about I've talked to people like in Pinellas County, elected officials in Pinellas County, where their schools are open. They, are making it work. Our BARTs are making it work. Our before and after care are making it work. Our learning hubs are making it work. So I'm just concerned about why we don't try, and if it's not working, then go from there. But and so, like I said, I just feel like I'm scared that if we say we're going to wait again, then as we get closer to that, we still won't necessarily know what it is that we're anticipating doing.
Sure. I made my recommendation today, Ms. Mandrowski. If the board tells us that we want to open on February 1st, as I said, we will be ready and prepared, and we will open on February 1st. But this is the recommendation I think makes the most sense given all of the information I have at this time from all sources.
Dr. Minute, did you want to say something?
Yes, Ms. Mondrowski, I did want to address a part of your question. You said what it could look like or how it could look differently if you went to moving to a return to person in March. So I think in all of the presentations that we brought forward, you'll see that we've made adjustments each time. And we've made adjustments based on the direction that the board gave us. Like, for instance, the last plan that you saw shifted was that we were bringing in early learners and more of them at first more frequently. So if we get to the point of making a decision and moving the opening until March 1st, again, we'll make adjustments like, what student groups will be coming in, how many students now that we have the vaccination in play can come in, how frequently they are able to come in with the vaccination and taken into consideration. So, even the instructional model, we've talked a lot in our presentations about the types of instructional models that we would use. So even going back and looking at how are we able to be more flexible with those models now, at a point where we're able to bring in more students or students more often, possibly based on the vaccination. So those are the types of things that would be changing that would allow the board and the community to see, how it may mirror some of what we saw more in a traditional setting, and then some things that are still, as Dr. Smith said, are different because of COVID-19.
I very much appreciate that. That's very helpful. When would we be getting that report? Did someone say March 1st, or am I imagining that?
The resolution that I presented said that we would be back to the board on February 23rd.
February 23rd.
With an update and with our best thinking and work that we will do between now and then about what it would look like, starting after February 3rd and then going forward until March 15th and trying to move students back into school buildings.
Ms. O'Neill.
Yes, I know that, we only read into the record the resolves, which are the actionable item, which when you step away from today, that's what we've done. But I do think the whole resolution needs to be shared immediately with the community, because I think people have been waiting to see what we were doing, whether February 1 was happening. And I think all the whereas are in this resolution as important as the resolves.
Ms. Wolf, would you like me to read the record?
I don't think that you need to read the entire resolution. I think that what Ms. O'Neill is saying is that she would like the full resolution. You know how you send out messages to the public to send out the entire resolution. I think, hold on one second, Ms. Silvestri. I think that that's what you're saying. Is that right, Ms. O'Neill? Okay, yes, she's saying send it out to the public as you send out a community message.
Absolutely.
The entire thing. Ms. Silvestri, you wanted to say something?
Have you considered prioritizing the vaccinations based on the groups that will go back to school first to gain a couple of weeks' time and maybe get them into school even sooner?
Yes, we're in conversation right now with the local health department and the state health department both on this very issue. And there's some effort at the state level to accelerate public school employees in the vaccination process. I don't know, and I know nothing more than what I'm telling you, that has been shared with me from the Maryland State Department of Education, that they're trying to accelerate vaccination for school employees, and that should be prioritized for those who have been providing service in the community and will be going back into schools first. And so we're working on that prioritization right now. I know that Dr. McKnight earlier, right before this meeting started, was exchanging messages that I was copied on with different elected officials and health officials about that very issue. I was reading them and providing that priority effort. But the priority effort would be simply who's been in the community front-facing and who will be going into the schools front-facing as the first priority for vaccination. And that'd be provided by the health department vaccination process. They wouldn't have to go to their physician unless they wanted to, or that was possible, but we will provide the vaccinations working with the state health department.
Okay, I think we're going to call for the vote now. All in favor, raise your hand. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's Ms. O'Neill, Dr. Daka, Mr. Asante, Ms. Evans, Ms. Harris, Ms. Silvestri, and myself. All opposed, raise your hand. That's Ms. Mandrowski. So the motion carries, and the new date is March the 15th. Would you like to continue with your presentation, Dr. Smith?
Thank you. Dr. McKnight, I'll ask you to go forward with the presentation.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Smith. So, Mr. Turner, if you have completed your portion of the presentation, then we will move forward with Mr. Scott Murphy, who will begin to share updates around how we are supporting students.
Good afternoon, board members. Scott Murphy, Director of College and Career Readiness. If we could bring back the slide deck, please. We're on slide number 7. So as we think about the here and now of virtual learning, and we look ahead to the start of the second semester, we are learning a lot, and there are continued adjustments underway to examine what is working and what is not with virtual learning. And for today's conversation right now, focused in on the secondary level, particularly in regards to the virtual schedules. We know that in the virtual learning model, having a course load of 7 or 8 classes with teachers you might only see 2 or 3 times a week can be overwhelming for many students. There has been a consistent interest from the community in addressing the overall workload and in continuing to take what we've learned and find ways to continue to support the well-being of our students. Over the last several weeks, we have conducted an examination about what is working and what is not with the secondary learning in the virtual model, with particular emphasis on the schedule, both the way the school schedules are set up and with individual student schedules, and finding ways to provide flexibility with student schedules. Next slide, please. We have talked to many stakeholders. That includes our recovery design teams, our principal groups, our associations, school counselors, and also a lot from our students, which really tells us a lot and important voices to consider. Next slide, please. As we shared in December, there are adjustments that are already in place that is responding to the feedback that we've heard. That includes adjustments to curriculum pacing. That includes reductions in the required assessments. That also includes adjustments to guidance with grading and reporting. The College Board has also released new pacing guides based on their lessons learned across the country during the first semester. And we are expecting additional information from College Board and the IB organization regarding the May exams, hopefully to be announced later in January. Next slide, please. As we look ahead to the second semester now, there are 2 areas that I'd like to highlight today. First, the school schedules. That is the overall structure of the secondary schedule. And also individual student schedules, how to support students by having flexibilities and options to lighten their course load and relieve academic pressure. Regarding the structure of the secondary school schedule, the feedback has been very consistent about keeping the overall structure of the schedule in place. That is the 4 class periods a day, that is the Wednesday check-ins, that is the extended lunch and wellness break. The feedback has been to keep that overall structure in place with continued professional development and support for our schools and teachers, with the explicit use of Wednesdays as an additional support for students who need it, taking advantage of other academic support times built into the schedule, future date around how schools can outreach to their students through appointments and bring their students into school for services. We will also be rolling out ongoing professional development for teachers, particularly responding to the student voice, which is telling us a lot about their experiences with virtual learning thus far. But overall, the overall structure of the school schedules will remain in place as we approach the second semester. Next slide, I'd like to talk a little bit more about adjustments that can be made to individual student schedules to think about ways to provide flexibility to lighten the course load and address some of the academic pressure. One way at the secondary level is through abbreviated schedules or reducing the number of courses that students have on their schedule. The current state, this is typically used in high school upper grades like seniors and in cases of extenuating circumstances. For semester 2, this option is going to be elevated, not only to expand it beyond just seniors, but to include middle school, as well as grades 9 and 10, and not have it based solely on extenuating circumstances. Students may request to lighten their course load now and select a summer course, for example. We are publicizing what summer courses will be offered. A student can reduce their course load now and elect to take a course over the summer. Or a student could take a look at future semesters alongside their school counselor, revise the 4-year graduation plan as another way to reduce the course load now. Students also may remove an elective that is not required for graduation or could be taken in future semesters, again, in order to lighten the course load now. We know that there needs to continue to be a case-by-case review through the counselors and well-being teams to ensure that students are remaining on track for graduation. But this is an option that we want to elevate for the second semester and ensure that there is awareness for all secondary grades and not solely based on extenuating circumstances. Next slide, please. Another option at the secondary level to relieve academic pressure is an opportunity to take a course credit, no credit, also known as pass-fail. I want to be clear that this is not a wholesale change to the grading policy, but this is actually an existing option that we have in our system, in our regulations currently, the opportunity to take a course credit or no credit or pass-fail, not taking it for a letter grade, on a course-by-course basis. Current state, this is rarely used because of some tight restrictions that we do have pre-COVID, but for semester 2, we intend to relax some of the restrictions around taking courses credit, no credit, so that there is more flexible options for students with some limitations, with some parameters to ensure that students are still progressing towards graduation requirements. But this would be a loosening of some of the restrictions that we currently have in place to allow students to select this option on a course-by-course basis with the monitoring of their counselors and well-being teams. Next slide, please. Lastly, we do want to elevate the importance of additional instructional time and tutoring as we think about a virtual start to the second semester. We will be expanding what's available in Saturday school to include all major AP courses beginning in February. There will also be local school Saturday options for AP and IB students and teachers. The College Board is going to be rolling out live exam preparation beginning in April. And we also have expanding tutoring programs that are happening centrally as well as in local schools that you'll hear a little bit more about later in this presentation. We also are looking ahead not only to this summer, but also next school year to ensure that not only are we addressing any learning loss, but if students do and families make decisions to lighten their course load now, that there will be opportunities in the future to remain on track for graduation. So that's a summary of where we are with the structures of the secondary schedule, as well as more flexible options for students at the secondary level to make adjustments to their schedules for second semester. I'm going to turn it over to Nikki Hazel to continue conversation about support to students.
Thank you. So we're going to spend, if you can advance the slide, please. One more, please. We're going to spend some time talking about our CARES grant funds that we received. There are a total of 6 CARES Act grants that we were awarded, and those grants are to support our school operations and educational services as a result of COVID. I'm not going to go through with what each of these grants represent and their functions. You can see that on the slide. However, I will just note that the majority of the grants do support technology, helping to support our infrastructure, making sure that our students and staff have enough Chromebooks for instruction, making sure that we have assistive technology tools for students who receive special education services and ESOL services. We also want to make sure that our funds also provide services for our students who do not have hotspots, and so that also provides them with additional access. We also are providing professional development services for our students and for our staff, who are administering instruction for the first time through this virtual platform. We want to make sure that our staff are well trained with technology. And finally, the grant funds also support our tutoring services as well. Next slide, please. You can see here with this slide that our grant funds also support all of these areas, and you can see that we received a total of $59.5 million. And the first ESSER grant listed there and the bottom Gear Competitive Grant also support our non-public schools that are within our catchment area. Today, I'm only going to focus on those grants that support our tutoring services. Next slide, please. So the overall vision of the before and after school enrichment program is to maximize student engagement and address learning recovery and to make sure that we are accelerating learning to support students and make sure that they are achieving grade level standards. Next slide, please. The program supports our students who are in grades K through 12. And we want to make sure that we are supporting the needs of our students who are receiving or who need more reading support and mathematics support. And we are using our multiple data sources in mathematics and literacy to identify students who should receive support. Additionally, we want to make sure that we are providing those services for our students from anywhere from 60 to 90 minutes, 3 to 5 days a week, depending on the school and the student. And we also want to make sure that we keep those groups small with students ranging from groups of 1 to 6. And our schools receive anywhere from 3 to 5 staff members, depending on the school and their need. Next slide, please. You can see here, we have a number of schools. This was actually our first round, our first session that actually ended right before the winter break. And you can see the number of schools and students. We had just about 1,700 students participate in the first session. And a number of those students did receive free and reduced meals and our ESOL services. And the largest racial demographic were our Hispanic, Latino, and African American students. Next slide, please. We had a lot of really positive feedback from our staff who participated in the first session. Many did appreciate the opportunity to work in small groups with students. Many appreciate the opportunity to tailor the program to meet the needs of their students. And they really talked about student engagement and how students may not be engaged in a full class setting, but when they're with those small groups, they were really able to get those students to come out a little bit more and be more engaged. And so we had great feedback. Next slide. So our second session has started. You can see the dates there for our second session and also our third session. which will begin in March. And we've actually added more schools to the list this time. So we are very excited about that. We did not have an opportunity to assess our students during that first session because it ended right before break. So we hope to be able to get more data as we move forward. And the next slide. The other program that we wanted to highlight with the use of the funds was a program called Tutor Me. It is an external partnership that we have with a group that is providing or will be providing tutoring services for our students 7 days a week. And we are really excited because they will be able to offer their services in multiple content areas. And they have a variety of technology tools that we believe will also help to engage our students. So we'll be looking to provide updates on the Tutor Me service in a few months. And at this time, we'll stop and I will turn it over to Ms. Rochelle Rubens.
Thank you, Ms. Hazel. Good afternoon, board members, as well as community members. Today, I'm Rochelle Rubin, the Associate Superintendent in Student and Family Support and Engagement, and I'll be providing a brief update on the work of student wellbeing teams. Next slide. So as you are aware, in our ongoing presentations to the board, the student well-being teams are quickly becoming a staple component of the work that we do with schools, in particular around social emotional well-being, engagement, and certainly access to the educational priorities that are set forth in our curriculum and by the district. So what we would like to update you about is that some of the new work with our student well-being team models will include a pivot to a newly updated framework where our focus will be on both the virtual learning platform as well as the student and staff phase-in return to schools. Two specific things that we will highlight and focus. First up, the coordination around intake meetings for our students who may be returning with pre-existing engagement or disciplinary concerns. And even more importantly, what we're distinctly aware of is that our students have not been in the school setting as they have known it for some, or as they left it for those who were previously familiar. And so it is important that we are very organized around what that intake model will look like, both for staff and students. And we are not interpreting student discomfort or student reacclimation as disciplinary issues. So that's a major focus for us, as well as ensuring that our continued connection to our parent and student community, both online and in person, that we are available to provide those supports through the school system, as well as those community resources, and that it's a warm handoff, that everyone feels prepared to receive students at the in-person level, but also knowing that our continued work around those of our students who will continue to access the educational system virtually, that they have the supports that they need as well, and that those are continued. Next slide. Initially, one of the things we're really proud of, you probably, if you remember, almost a year ago, we began conversation around the need, and certainly we've heard from our community members, heard again last night, the concern and the focus on the mental well-being, as well as the psychological and social well-being of our students. So we have been able to successfully put forth a mental health request for proposal what we term internally as an RFP. That was successfully rewarded to the Jewish Social Services Agency. This will allow us, this is in conjunction with our partnership with Howard County Public School. I definitely want to give a shout out to them for their willingness to engage and support us in this work. And so what this will allow us to do is, in addition to our partnerships with the Department of Health and Human Services, as well as our Linkages to Learning program, as well as Excel Beyond the Bell, all of the avenues that we have historically utilized and created to address student well-being and physical, social, and psychological safety. This now additionally will allow us to work with identified schools to service well over 300 or more students currently, with the ability for us to grow that out and give them one-to-one services for those tier 2 and tier 3 mental health supports that are needed. And we will be able to do that in a telehealth format, as well as with psychologists and others being able to visit the schools to engage in this work. This is also part of our collaborative problem solving around getting to the root cause. So it is directly correlated and connected to some of the work you've also seen us at the board discussing around the disciplinary issues. And we've heard a great deal from board members and others about what they would like to see happen systemically to address those concerns. And what our data shows is that many times, the issues that precipitate the discipline are all also rooted in some level of social emotional issue that's going on for the students. So this allows us to really conduct wraparound work. And then certainly our restorative practices have been the foundational piece around that. It is just one quiver, one quill in all of these supports we're trying to provide. But this really allows us to align the student well-being teams, our Be Well 365 framework, and certainly all of the work around the district that we're doing to uphold the virtual and in-person educational component. Next slide. And then finally, as we think about how we make those how we continue to make that personal access to our community members. We are creating, as part of our attendance campaign, you might have heard, Stay Connected. We are going to, we've, I think, already created these door hangers. And if you take a look at the message there, right, this is for all of the students on the educational platform, be it virtual or in person. This is now, as we deepen our work in the student well-being teams around, okay, we have our students who are with us, some engaging, looking at the grades, looking at some of those data measures, those multiple measures that you've seen. How do we deepen our work to make sure that we're pulling in our families, that they know what the resources, the supports, and the services are that are available to them? And so this will be part of our community activism work around engagement for our students, both on virtual and in person, as we take a look at how well they're responding to the academic components of the work. With that, I will turn it back over to President Wohl for discussion.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions at this time? Mr. Asante, go ahead.
Yeah, first I wanted to say, thank you for all of the work that you just mentioned. I think, I get a lot of messages from students about handling course load and also the mental health aspect of virtual learning. So I appreciate that all of these initiatives are being taken. I was wondering for the course for getting an abbreviated schedule or for choosing to take a course with no credit, is that something that students are going to have to initiate? Like, will they be reaching out to counselors, or are we going to send out some form of communication for students to be able to, elect to change their course load or change the way their schedule looks?
Mr. Asante, both. Students can certainly request through their counselor, but we will also be sending out communication to make sure that there's widespread awareness of these options, and counselors and well-being teams will also be outreaching to individual students where they know that these adjustments are appropriate.
All right, thank you.
Ms. O'Neill.
Yes, I think that making some changes in the course load and the grading situation is so important. We've heard from students repeatedly, and I just want to point out, I was looking at my phone and I saw the communication that will go out to parents and teachers in the greater community. And, I think this is very important. Are there any other changes in the grading practices? I know a few weeks ago, some relief or some months ago about the number of assignments, but we're almost to the end of this semester, and those are the grades that do go forward on the transcripts when students apply to college. I know this is prospective for the second semester. Is there any easing, or have there been some other changes that can be help students right now?
Nothing specific has changed within the grading guidance, Mrs. O'Neill, other than, as you said, we're approaching the end of the semester. So now it really becomes about implementation and monitoring. The guidance is very clear about maximum flexibility for students with things like due dates and deadlines, and clear about manageable workload of assignments. So this is something that we're going to be working really closely with our schools on over the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, as we approach the end of the semester, particularly as it relates to the pressure that students feel at the end of a normal semester. But now the flexibility that has been highlighted in the grading and reporting guidance will continue to be emphasized.
Ms. Evans.
Yes, thank you. So mine is more of a comment. It's almost as though we planned this perfectly, having had the operating budget hearing yesterday and hearing from many of, not many, because it wasn't that many, it was about 12, but from the people that we did hear giving public comments, there were some concerns about, addressing students needing additional support, as well as the mental piece. So I just appreciate that Ms. Hazel laid out the CARES funding money that we've received and what we've done with that, and showing the number of students who are participating. And also it talks about how the schools are being intentional in reaching out to the students who are reading below or significantly below their grade level to target them to come to the programs. And I really like the hanger that we have showing our students and our families that we are thinking of them. And if in fact we can continue to help them in any way, that we're here to do that. So I just think that the community needs to continue to hear that and just know that we're trying to make adjustments along the way. So just thank you for the presentation. It's good information.
Ms. Mandrowski and then Ms. Silvestri.
Thank you. I too want to thank you all for the work that you're doing on this. I know it's not easy, and I appreciate so much what we're doing to help try and support our students. I'm glad to hear one of my questions was going to be about adjusting schedules and stuff like that. So I'm glad to hear that you're looking at courses that may or may not be optional, or and things like that. Two questions. Number one is, what about SSL hours? Is there any kind of agenda set for excusing SSL hours needed for graduation?
We have requested repeatedly, frankly, to the Maryland State Department of Education that they waive those requirements for this school year for students. And so far, they've not taken that action, although it's been indicated that they may well do that at an upcoming meeting. In the meantime, Ms. Rubens and Dr. Wilson can share some of the many ways that they've been making that possible in this virtual environment. So I'll turn it back to Dr. Wilson and Ms. Rubens just to share a quick overview of how that's been going.
Cool.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. I will give the details to Rochelle on this one. Ms. Rubens but I did want to note that we have been closely monitoring the student service learning hours into our winter break. And we do know that this is an important consideration that the state board needs to make, because while we have been very creative in the ways in which students can achieve these service learning hours, we are concerned about the number of hours still yet to go for our seniors. So I will turn this over to Ms. Rubens, who will share some specific information on options that we've provided students. This is also, of course, an area that Ms. Cherry is also involved in. So, Ms. Rubens?
So I would love to do that, Dr. Wilson. Just Miss Cherry now works for, she is in student support and improvement. So I'm not sure if my colleague, Ms. Morris, is on, who probably has the more working knowledge, as I don't have it anymore. Unfortunately, I miss her greatly.
Well, and that was my misstep, Ms. Rubens, not yours or Dr. Wilson's. I am going to just ask that we gather that information, send it to the board, and post it for the public in the transmittal. So we'll gather that. But I know a lot of them have come through, and I've read them, different ways that students can receive SSL hours in the digital environment as they've done different levels of work. So I read those emails on a regular basis.
So, I'm sorry, Dr. Smith, I did want to mention one more thing. You know, as the board has heard about our grad validation work, where we're taking an in-depth look at each one of our students and where they are with regard to getting the necessary credits to graduate. Just as we had other decisions last year in the spring that worked in our favor on those things, like we could default to the state's minimum graduation standards. As we watch the metrics, if you will, our students' hours, if you will, we have added an SSL coordinator to our validation team to make sure that we have that lens also on the process, not just about grades and credits, but also about the student service learning hours. So I did want to mention that we are closely monitoring that, and we will provide that information in a memo to you, and also provide where we are with the hours.
I appreciate that. I also just want to say, if you, Dr. Smith, if it would help for the board to send a letter to the state or whatever, I don't know, addressing the what's the word? The waiver ish type thing.
If the board were so inclined, just to send a letter identifying that as we go through this, these circumstances this year, that any barrier that can be removed, such as student service hours, should be removed. I would good suggestion, Ms. Monroski.
I appreciate that. So hopefully, Ms. Wolf, you can work on that. And then my only other question was about we talked about being able to make adjustments to schedules. What about repeating grades? Or forgiving certain credit requirements, which I guess would mean in order so that a student could repeat a grade, particularly some of our youngest students who are, really suffering learning loss.
We will definitely continue to keep an eye on that, just as Dr. Wilson was discussing, whether it's making up credits, waiving requirements that are not necessary in this environment, like the student service learning hours, or repeating and earning different grades. All of those things have to be on the forefront of our minds.
Dr. Smith, if I may add, one of the things that I know I've been reading about is in particular with the youngest learners and the literacy and numeracy skills that we have to have assurances are in place. And so we are anticipating that perhaps there will be a higher interest in the notion of retention. But we believe that this is really going to speak to the strength of our summer offerings and our ability to provide direct outreach to students and to provide summer school opportunities that are intentional to building those literacy and numeracy skills for our earliest learners. So that is something that we're looking at and discussing, looking at the retention policy and regulation as it is. So I think we'll be bringing back additional information later on that front. So thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Ms. Silvestri.
Yes, I was very happy to hear about the contract with Jewish Social Services. I look forward to learning more about that, and because we talk a lot about our kids needing access to mental health services, and I think this is one way, especially with telehealth, for them to actually access it. So congratulations for making that happen, Ms. Rubin. My question, Ms. Hazel, is related to your presentation about tutoring. I have been reading about, the effectiveness of tutoring in terms of learning recovery, but I am concerned about making sure that it's working and that we adjust accordingly if it's not working. And so you mentioned that we were not able to test effectiveness of tutoring for the first cohort, but you will be able to with that cohort, or you plan to measure effectiveness only for the second cohort?
So our goal is to go back to those students who we were involved in the tutoring program during the first session, and use our MAP assessments. Even though it's not mandatory, we are strongly encouraging that the schools who were tutoring use the MAP assessment. And then we do have some interventions that have a pre and post assessment that goes directly with it. So we hope to be able to administer that within the next couple of weeks. But it just ended right before break, and so we weren't able to capture that information.
Is any of the tutoring in person? Is there any plans for in-person appointments, or it's all online?
Currently, it's all online. However, as the metrics change and we hear more information about reopening in small groups, we can certainly consider tutoring as a part of that. But at this time, it's all online.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. O'Neill.
Yes, backing up to the student service learning requirement and sort of a broader question about graduation. MCPS requires 75 hours of student service learning, and the state requires 60. When your graduation team looks at kids, and seeking the waiver is one thing on that 60, but should we relax our 75-hour requirement, or consider it? I know we did a waiver last spring, but we're not on the other graduation requirements. We require an additional year of math at the high school level for graduation than what the state requirements. I think it sort of begs the question, should our graduation requirements be the same as the state?
I think that is probably where we're headed, Ms. O'Neill, and we will be back to you with the metrics around that, the statistics about the effect it's having on students, and recommendations as we move forward in the end of January and into February, because this would be the time to do that as we enter second semester.
Ms. Harris.
Thank you. I think my questions go mainly to Mr. Murphy's presentation. I think collectively we're all acknowledging through all of the work that everybody in the system is doing, and I so appreciate all the work everybody in the system is doing, that we have many, many students who are struggling academically, and we have many, many students who are struggling socially and emotionally, including our students for whom their family's COVID reality has required them to prioritize other things aside from school. And so I'm looking at how we are really listening to our students when they tell us that they need to reduce their academic course loads, and hoping or asking that we can do a couple of things. And one is more generously allow students to drop classes. I know we say we let them drop non-required classes or electives, but I think students are the best barometer of what they need and when they need it. And even if we're looking at a course that's required for graduation, if there's another path, once things stabilize for a student to obtain that credit, can we let them drop those classes now? Because they're the ones that know what they're going through and how they're being affected by what they're going through. Second piece, when we're looking at the credit, no credit, or pass-fail option, can we far more generously consider what courses that designation is available for? Because I think most of our restrictions are not MSDE or COMAR based. They are MCPS based when it comes to telling students what courses are available for that designation. And then when we're looking at the withdrawal, when students can withdraw from classes, right now we have and it again is an MCPS requirement, not an MSDE or COMAR requirement, that says if they withdraw after 25 days of class, they get that W designation on their transcript. And can we just get rid of that? And I guess my fourth piece would be, I think some of these opportunities for students to relax their course and academic burdens were available for semester, but they weren't widely known. We're winding down to the final days of this semester. Can we make all of these things retroactive for our students who are truly stressed and struggling right now and really are going to need a reset of this semester? And can we, in the context of all the work that we're trying to do and everything that we're recognizing about the stressors on our students, can we really kind of look at the maximum way we can provide relief now? And then we will come back and we will support them and get them where they need to be later.
Yes, Ms. Harris, I can try to address those points. For the first two, the abbreviated schedules and the taking a course credit, no credit, you're right. Historically, these have been not only lesser known options, but with a lot of restrictions. And so the abbreviated schedules, for example, typically had been reserved for seniors who had room in their schedule, or for extreme extenuating circumstances. So what is going to be happening is elevating the awareness of the option and a student-by-student review of whether it's appropriate to reduce the course load now, to include middle school, to include grades 9 and 10, and not to be restricted to solely extenuating circumstances. The same thing with credit, no credit. As you referenced, one of the regulations in MCPS has been that it cannot be taken, a certificate of merit course cannot be taken credit, no credit. That's an example of a restriction that we are going to be relaxing for the second semester. So all of those sort of details about how to implement it and what specific parts of the regulation are being relaxed are going to be shared with our counselors and our school administrators and the community this week. As it relates to the 25th day, you're right, another specific piece of the MCPS regulation about the timeline with which students can drop high school credit courses in a semester. Something we're also taking a look at to what degree that could be relaxed as we look ahead to the first 5 weeks of the second semester. So we'll get back to you on whether that's another part of the regulation that can be relaxed second semester.
Is this something that we need to send back to the policy committee to take a look at? I really don't know. Does anybody know the answer to that?
It would require either policy or regulation changes. And so when we come forward with a recommendation, the board could either send it to the policy committee to review, or the board could consider the committee of the whole. But some of these things will require, as they did last spring, kind of immediate policy, such as Ms. O'Neill's question about the number of SSL hours. That would require a change in the code that guides how students graduate. I will tell you, though, I absolutely am committed to not having a single student fail to graduate because of student service learning hours this year. That cannot happen. So.
Okay, well, my question is, I guess, the policy is ours, but the regs are yours. If it's in the reg, could you change it?
Yes.
Okay.
I would talk to the board and notify you that the plan and have a discussion, then we would change it.
Okay, thank you. I think that is something we would probably want to take a look at. And I know Mr. Murphy was saying that you'll do that and get back to us. So we'll look for that report. Thank you. Ms. Mondrowski?
Thanks. This last.
I'm sorry, Dr. Docker.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Docker.
I'm sorry.
No, I'll wait.
Dr. Docker hasn't had a chance. So let her ask her question, please.
Oh, okay. I just want to thank them for the presentation and the fact that they're looking at the changes that they can make for the secondary students, particularly who have the deadlines that they have to meet and the courses that they have to have. I just wanted to say that 30 student service learning hours are brought over from middle school. So when you say 60 and 45, it looks like, oh my gosh, how will they ever be able to do that? It's not quite that bad. The other thing I'm glad that you talked about was the recovery, and I know you used the CARES funds for that, and that you seem to have some ideas about how it should be done. I just wanted to say that in my estimation, it has to be organized, it has to be systematized, it has to be available in every part of the county, and that it has to be regular. And it just can't be this week or that week. It really has to be together. And I think we ought to have a person that is in charge of that, because African American, Latino, and special ed students, according to some studies, are 12 months behind in math alone, whereas other students, Asian and whites, are only 8 months. Well, that's a lot too. 8 months behind. So we have a serious job that we have to do here, because some of these students were already behind. And if we don't gear it up, they'll still be in trouble.
Thank you. I saw Ms. Mondrowski, and then Ms. Harris had another question. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yep. So mine's kind of in reference to the tutoring program and stuff. I'm really happy about that. I know it was already discussed, so I'm not going to be repetitive. It would be great if we could see even more kids participating in it, and making sure everybody is aware that it's available. But my question is more in reference to, I've heard from multiple parents that there's still a strong interest in if we're doing any kind of parent education. So, parents who are not used to having to help teach their students how to do math or whatever, are we offering like parent academies, if you want to call them that, or at nighttime or on weekends, opportunities for parents to sign in and kind of be trained on how to better support their students?
I can take that, Ms. Mondrowski. Yes, we are. Mr. Davis and his team have completely revamped the parent academies. We, in fact, recently just had a meeting to talk about how we will not only talk about the academics to parents, but also some new programming that's coming out, as well as the SEL work. And we're happy to report that those are very widely attended. But even outside of the parent academies, what we would like to do for this is to add a few more meetings that are a little bit more global in their scope. And so that is impending work as well.
It'd be great if we have those opportunities to be able to post them on like even our individual school's website or something, just so that parents across the county can know that that's available, that's an option for them. Because like I know I would really struggle if I had to support even my fourth grader at math these days, as much as everything's changed. So thank you.
Ms. Harrison, this is going to be the final comment. We're going to let them finish their presentation. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to circle back about the question of making this kind of academic relief retroactive to this semester. To the extent that we have deadlines ingrained in our regs about when a student can opt for pass-fail, when a student can drop a class, when they can those kinds of things. I think if they're in the regs, Dr. Smith can just waive those.
Yes, in the regs, we can change the regs. We can do that I can do it as superintendent working with the staff.
Okay, do you want to finish your presentation, Dr. Smith?
Yes, thank you to the staff. Earlier, Dr. Duck was talking about the CARES funding, and I do want to point out that the very people in front of you are responsible for that, Dr. Wilson and Ms. Hazel and Mr. Murphy and Ms. Lewis. And Dr. Deanne Collins is working closely with all of them and the budget office for the alignment of the funding to make sure we're not being repetitive or leaving gaps, and making sure we're getting across the entire county so that we're doing that. And with the new federal legislation, there will be more funding to continue this work the rest of this spring and well into next year. So that's very good news. Dr. McKnight, you want to continue on with the presentation?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Smith. So we'll continue our presentation. We have 2 more areas as it relates to recovery of learning. We will talk about staffing and what we're doing with staffing to prepare for when we return to in-person learning experiences, and an update with our athletics department. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Nixon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. The slides, can they be brought back up? Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Next slide, please. The Office of Human Resources and Development, in collaboration with the Office of Employee Engagement and Labor Relations and the Office of Teaching, Learning, and Schools, are coordinating support for our schools as we examine the possibilities for staffing in both the in-person experience and for the staffing needs of students who will remain virtual. And we want to optimally support students in both settings. OHRD has had a presence in office hours for principals, and we will be involved in sessions and coaching sessions with the administrative teams as they look to examine their current hiring needs and strategize with them while they look at existing staffing that they have. We know they're trying to navigate which staff members are returning, which staff members are going to remain virtual. And so we will be there to work shoulder to shoulder with our principal colleagues. Overall, again, we will be looking at the ADA information, which I will reference in a moment on the next slide. We are working to know and better understand the instructional models and which staffing supports which model. And we know that we have to leverage our existing staff to support those models. So it comes after really great delving into the data that we've got, having conversations with our colleagues, working with the associates and the directors, and most importantly, being there to answer questions that our principals have about what's going to make a successful staffing model for them as they look to return their students. But again, the staffing models that will also ensure that our students that remain virtually have an optimal experience as well. Next slide, please. This is a snapshot of our current ADA requests. A couple things of note here. These are requests that are currently being reviewed. That means that there may be some that have already been approved or some that are in process that are part of this, the interactive process. That is, they are being looked at a case-by-case basis by the ADA team, and they are keeping us updated on a weekly basis with the progress that they are making. Not all of the requests for the accommodations are necessarily a telework. Many of them might be in and around an accommodation in the actual workplace. So again, the ADA team is working through that on a case-by-case basis. And one other just very important to note here too, that an employee in MCPS can request an ADA accommodation at any time, while we have some of our internal deadlines that we're working at, because we know that, well, at this point, if March 15th is going to be our new start date, we are working in the parameters of those timelines as well, working as quickly as we can to engage the interactive process. But the numbers could be fluid because I just want to remind everyone that any employee can request an ADA accommodation at any time. And as we move forward with more plans that we are making, we will certainly make certain to keep everyone abreast of how we are moving forward in this process. That concludes my comments on staffing. At this point, I will turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Jeff Sullivan, who will be talking about physical education and sports.
Thank you, Dr. Nixon. Good afternoon, Dr. Smith, Dr. McKnight, and board members. I'm Jeff Sullivan, Director of System-Wide Athletics, and I'm representing extracurricular activities and athletics, working closely with Mrs. Shella Cherry, our Director of Student Leadership and Extracurricular Activities, and Dr. Randy Rumpf, our Director of Fine Arts. Next slide, please. We are collectively wrapping up a successful first semester of virtual engagement, which allowed for over 16,500 students to engage in athletics and tens of thousands more in extracurricular activities and fine arts. As we transition to second semester, in hopes to provide in-person engagement if health metrics allow, we would like to request consideration for an extension of the suspension of the academic eligibility policy, policy IQD. To begin, a quick recap of previous board action. At the May 12th, 2020 board meeting, the board suspended this policy which establishes the academic eligibility standards for secondary students' participation in extracurricular activities and athletics through the first semester of this school year. Some rationale at the time included the significant impact of COVID-19 on students' grade point averages, recognition that participation in athletics and extracurricular activities allow students the opportunity to receive additional support that promotes their mental, physical, and social emotional well-being, and addressing potential barriers to student participation in our programs. These rationale and conditions still exist as we transition to the second semester. Next slide, please. Therefore, we are requesting that the board consider extending the suspension of policy IQD through the second semester of this school year. This action would allow for all students to be academically eligible for extracurricular activities, including athletics, for the remainder of this school year and during the first marking period of the 2021-2022 school year. And finally, I just wanted to provide a brief reminder that this policy is currently being reviewed by the board with public comments being submitted through the MCPS website. I will now turn things over to President Wolf for questions from the board regarding what has been shared.
Ms. O'Neill.
Yes, this is for Dr. Nixon and really Dr. Wilson, Dr. Smith. I had a conversation with some principals recently who expressed some concerns or on a multiple levels about the logistics connected with returning to school. One, that some parents may not have comprehended the reality that their child may not possibly have the same teacher when they return into an in-person instructional situation due to the logistics of whether a teacher has ADA accommodations. We have some elementary schools with approaching 80% wanting in-person, and the logistics of how the buildings will be configured, but also at the elementary level, real concern about whether there will be enough paraeducators to cover the in-person components of giving the teachers the lunch period, planning time, etc. And also just overall, do parents understand that when their children come back, it's not going to be the same as it was prior to March 13th last year? Kindergarten, is not going to be centers, but do we have enough staffing? Are we communicating with parents that there may be changes?
And I think your last point, Ms. O'Neill, is the largest point in the conversation, and that is that it will not be the same environment that everyone left on March 13th, or that children would have typically entered as they entered pre-K or kindergarten for their first school experience this year. We certainly are working to make sure that we have all the staffing we need. Many of the open and shut situations across the country have been around outbreaks of COVID-19 in schools. Many of them have also been around how to staff all of the requirements and the needed staffing to run hybrid and virtual and in-person learning experiences. So Dr. Nixon has been working closely with the entire team of people at the central office and with our principals to make sure that we have those individuals. Dr. Nixon, would you like to talk about the work you've been doing to ensure that happens?
Sure, thank you. And Ms. O'Neill, so our director of staffing and certification, Ms. Edwards, has been working very closely with the school directors and our associate superintendents in OSSI. Last Friday it was, we had office hours with principals. We've gathered all the questions that they've had. Our staff has been on hand to try to answer as many questions as we possibly can. Additionally, we are looking at each school. Each school has an individual story about how many staff are returning, how many staff are not returning. We're looking at the ADA. We are working with our teams to hire the 1.0 FTE that was allocated due to the CARES Act money. We're helping principals to look at how we can leverage substitutes, long-term subs, how we are looking at what are those ways that as they look at their instructional programs and what the possibilities are. What existing staff do we have that can meet those needs? Where might we have to hire new staff? We have a requisition out there for the monitors because we know we're going to need folks that are available in more than just substitute teacher positions to help us with some of the supervisory issues that we're going to have as students are coming in. So there are a variety of conversations that are happening about what are these instructional models, how can we stand these up, what are the staffing needs that we have, also being sensitive to the fact that it's a school by school, almost case by case basis. And that's part of what I'm calling these coaching conversations that we're having. And I think that in addition to the office hours that we're attending, the staff that Ms. Edwards has is working with principals individually, certainly on hand to answer their questions, but then also looking for what are those creative ways as master schedules are being designed, and then how are we plugging in the talent there. I think there possibly could be opportunity if students are in these rotations that they may in fact have other teachers than they are used to, but those are also things that we're trying to navigate as well.
And I guess the only other question I had related to sort of athletics is the issue of elementary children and their, or younger children and their more rapid rate of breath. And the issue about PE, as I understand it, PE teachers would be teaching virtually and children would have PE in their classrooms. Just whatever we can do whenever PE can be outside, because I'm not sure that I would want to be that paraeducator supervising in a classroom with everyone rapidly breathing, even though they're wearing masks. I think it's a real concern.
Absolutely, Ms. O'Neill, and that is another area of the work that staff has been looking closely at and thinking about how, when we do have space inside buildings and children inside buildings with staff members, what can happen outside, because we do have those inside spaces available to us in the event of inclement weather or some other circumstance. And so that will be one of the real positives of having the buildings accessible again to students, is that we can use the outside unless there's some compelling reason like snowstorms or tornado watches or whatever those things that all go on in our community occur, that we can use the outdoors. But we absolutely, that will happen as part of this conversation.
Mr. Asante.
Yeah, I was wondering, along the lines of athletics right now, what supports are being given to students who are seeking athletic recruitment for college, especially now that I know a lot of, they're not able to play their sports through schools right now. So I was wondering if we are helping them in any way to still, obtain recruitment to college.
Thank you, Mr. Asante. And we didn't, to be clear, we didn't speak before this because we have an NCAA seminar this afternoon that is being provided for our spring student athletes at 3:30. So your question allows me the opportunity to promote that even further. So we have been providing that over those opportunities over the course of the semester in alignment with each season. And Mr. Trey Heater from the NCAA office will be presenting today at 3:30 to our student athletes and parents regarding the implications of COVID-19 on the recruiting process and potential opportunities moving forward. So we have been doing that, and we're doing it today. And then we'll be continuing that throughout the second semester.
Thank you.
Ms. Silvestri.
In the staffing plan, I know a question, I think we've covered this before, but I just wanted to get clarification because something was said publicly yesterday during our testimony. Will there be any instances where teachers have to teach a live class as well as an online group at the same time?
We have discussed that as one of the models that is possible. It is not at all likely with our youngest children or even up into middle school. It's much more likely with very specialized classes at the high school level. So that will not be the preferred model or the standard model, but it is possible. For example, if you're teaching an automotive class and you may be teaching 5 students around an engine and 2 students who are engaging with you because of their own personal circumstances through the computer. But it will be something that we want to make available, but it certainly will not be the standard or the typical circumstance.
And Mr. Sullivan, could you explain about winter sports and any possibilities for allowing winter sport athletes to engage in some activities come later in the year?
Thank you, Ms. Silvestri. Regarding the winter sports competitive season, we are still looking, as we communicated in December, to offer engagement opportunities for basketball, wrestling, and swimming and diving later in the semester. We're going to continue to monitor health metrics and work very closely with our COVID-19 task force. But regarding second semester, we're going to maximize the engagement opportunities for our student athletes to the extent we can, given the health metrics. So we will be communicating additional information in the coming weeks and months.
Do I see any other hands? Dr. Daka.
Yes, Dr. Smith, I apologize if you think I was denigrating the staff that we have that are working on recovery. I just think somebody needs to be totally in charge of recovery. It's a huge job. And I think that our associate superintendents, assistant superintendents, and directors already have so many things to do in their regular duties. And that was the reason that I thought they needed somebody just dedicated to that who would report to them.
I absolutely understand, Dr. Daka, and I did not perceive that at all. But as we move forward, it will be certainly the work of this second semester and the next 2 years. We're going to have to pay attention to it on a very regular basis. And so I understand your point completely.
Do I have anybody else? And Dr. Smith, do you have anything else?
We just have this resolution in front of you on the athletic policy. If the board is so inclined, we'd like to recommend that the board adopt what's been presented today in this resolution.
Could you read the resolution again, just the resolve parts? Thank you.
Let me open my book to the right page. And what it says is, resolve that the Board of Education will continue the temporary suspension of Board of Education Policy IQD, academic eligibility for extracurricular activities, in order to grant academic eligibility to all secondary students for the remainder of the 2021 school year and the first marking period for the 21-22 school year because of the exigent circumstances created by the COVID-19 pandemic. Be it further resolved that the superintendent of schools will implement or extend measures to grant academic eligibility to all secondary students for the remainder of the 2021 school year and the first marking period of the 2021-22 school year because of the exigent circumstances created by the COVID-19 pandemic.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor, could you raise your hand? And that is unanimous. Okay, I think at this time we had amended the agenda to have a lunch break. So it is now 1:53. I'm going to ask you to come back by 2:20. Thank you. See you then. And welcome back. We're up to item number 6 on SRO data. So Dr. Smith, do you want to begin with your presentation?
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Today we come back. A resolution was passed last June to ask us to take a look. It had multiple parts to the resolution. We're ready to address those today. I will tell you right up front that a lot of the information that we would like to have as a staff, and that I know the board is interested in and the community members are interested in, what we've discovered in this process is not as available as we'd like it to be. And whatever changes we make to school safety and security, one of the things we should do is build a data infrastructure that makes sure that we can always answer the questions that we need and want to answer. And that will require that we work closely with the police departments and the law enforcement in Montgomery County, because no matter what the decisions are made about the SRO program going forward in the school system, there will continue always to be police and school system interaction, and we would expect that. And like all of us, we depend on the police for certain aspects of our community, our society. I would like to just speak very briefly, though, a little more broadly, and that is, as we think about this concept and this question, once again, as a member of the board said earlier about the recovery of learning and the reopening plan, there are 1 million+ people in Montgomery County, so you have 1 million+ opinions. And we do have a lot of perspectives in our community, and I've read a lot of messages and heard from a lot of people, as I know all of the board members have over the last 10 months. But I think it must be said, and I think I need to say it today, that one of the complexities and one of the challenges in this conversation is a conversation and a circumstance and historical set of facts that cause us cognitive dissonance, because we depend on law enforcement for various services and supports in our community. And at the same time, it's absolutely undeniable. It's undeniable that different members of the community and different communities in Montgomery County, in the state, and in the nation have had a different experience with law enforcement over time. It is undeniable. And certainly that's true of many different communities and different immigrant communities, but no community is that more true for than our African American community. Whether it's in traffic stops, whether it's in arrests and detentions and incarcerations, whether it's in interaction with police officers as adolescents and teenagers and students in a school system like Montgomery County Public School System, whether it's last week as we watched the situation unfold on the Capitol with the events of that day and the insurrection of that day. And as we look at that issue, it is absolutely true that a disparity has and continues to exist for our students of color, and especially our African American students, and for our African American community over centuries, and certainly over decades of the lived experience of the people in our community. And I think we struggle when we hold that in our head, that both there is the positive and there is the negative, and both exist and both must be acknowledged. And so I wanted to make that very clear in my opening remarks. And part of that cognitive dissonance, as we heard from the leader of our administration association today, talk about the very strong support for the SRO program as it currently is structured. And I think we have to listen to those voices as well, and take into account the experience of those high school and middle school principals that speak about their experience. And as a longtime principal, I understand their thinking also. But it's undeniable, as I said, right up to and including last week at the Capitol, that the difference, the disparity, the discrepancy in the experience of the African American community with law enforcement versus the white community and other communities has been a part of all of our reality. as we've moved forward as a community. And so as we move into this presentation, I think that we have to hold all of those thoughts in our head, and we have to be thoughtful and prudent and really look at all sides of every angle of this question. And I would just call upon all members of our community to really use some restraint and use some careful thinking and understanding of other people's perspectives about why they might choose to take a different position than I have taken or you have taken or someone else has taken. Because the lived experience of individuals is very different when we have this conversation today, and the historical record is very different as we have this conversation. So I'm now going to turn over to Dr. McKnight, and she will introduce our group today, but I do want to say thank you to Dr. Henry Johnson, our recently retired Chief of Staff, Mr. Mike Durso, Karen Stratman, Darlene Harris, and all of the members of this work group and all of the people who've weighed in on this topic over the last many months. And so, Dr. McKnight, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. So, board members, as you know, MCPS staff, along with a number of other stakeholders, have been working together on this very important topic that we began a discussion on a while back as a board. And so they bring to you today information and representation from a number of different stakeholders around reflecting the information that they found and share along with some thoughts about work that we'll do in the future. We have joining us today, Ms. Karen Stratman, the Chief of Staff, Mr. Durso, who we all know. Welcome back, Mr. Durso. Thank you for being a part of this work. Mr. Ed Clark, over Safety and Security at MCPS, Dr. Harris, Executive Director in the Office of the Chief of Staff, and Mr. Edward Owusu, Principal at Clarksburg High School. And so they're coming today as a group again to share updated information in regards to what they have done with the work group and thoughts about this program and the work moving forward. So at this time, I will turn it over to Ms. Stratman.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight. Good afternoon, and thanks for the opportunity to speak on this today. What we're going to attempt to do here in this presentation and in answering your questions is just tell the story of the School Resource Officer Program, both here and in other parts of the country. And we hope that that will inform your decision around next steps for this program. Dr. Johnson, in being the lead on this process, what he correctly surmised, as Dr. Smith has indicated, and I think it's no surprise to anyone, in developing a plan for meeting the requests within the June 11th resolution, is that no one feels lukewarm about school resource officers. It's sort of the staffing, school reopening issue in terms of no one feels anything but strongly about this particular issue. As you'll see from the stakeholders you'll hear from today, everyone has strong opinions. A letter, even as soon as this meeting started today, was sent to the board from several student members of the work group who feel very strongly in favor of removing school resource officers from their schools. So we're going to attempt to reflect all sides of this issue and give you a balanced look at what this issue entails. Can I ask for the PowerPoint to be put up, please? And I'll ask for the next slide. In crafting the work group, Dr. Johnson, Dr. Harris, our Chief Safety Officer, Ed Clark, and others spent a great deal of time in pulling together a representative work group to look at this issue. I also think it's important as a side note to just say that the school district, you, the board, make the decisions for this district. We are one voice on this issue. The state is looking at new resolutions. The county council, as many of you know, has several related draft resolutions at this point, specifically for SROs and some in the realm of restorative justice. There's a whole lot at play here. And what I hope is by the end of the day, where the board will consider going with next steps is really to focus on 4 areas where it's clear that as a district, we could do better in this realm, whether there's a school resource officer program in the future or not. I'll credit Dr. McKnight for summing these up so well for us after hearing what we had learned. The 4 key areas are data, the MOU that drives this work itself, training for school resource officers and others, and research and continued research. Critical again, regardless of what the board's eventual decision is. And before we delve into the slides, I'd like to also keying off of what President Wolf and what Dr. Smith said earlier today. I couldn't help but notice this weekend in making preparations for this, this presentation and leading up to it, on social media posts from friends of mine, from colleagues in the district and elsewhere, just everywhere I turned, virtually, when people were talking about the events of Wednesday on the Hill, what I basically heard was the statement, somewhat over and over in different iterations, that basically if Wednesday's protests on the Hill had been led by people of color, that there likely would have been a very different reaction on the part of police. And when you look at our data and data elsewhere, it's very difficult to argue with that statement. And I think then that the conversation, as timely as it is, starts with how we lay the groundwork for getting to more equal treatment for all of our students, and to look at and to really delve into what's preventing us from being there now. Next slide, please. We were asked to do 4 specific items via the June 11th resolution, and I promise to you that reading the slides is not something I'm fond of, and certainly not something you're fond of hearing. But I do want to restate very clearly what these 4 items we were asked to do are. The first is examine the Memorandum of Understanding, the MOU, to determine whether our current SRO program has been implemented according to its terms, to determine its consistency with the strategic plan. The third thing, to direct the superintendent to explore and benchmark alternative discipline programs and processes used to handle school-based incidents by similarly situated districts that have opted for adequate law enforcement coverage or other alternatives as opposed to an SRO program. And lastly, the board requests that the superintendent provide the requested data no later than October 2020 with a presentation and findings and recommendation no later than this month, January 2021. Please know that we have structured this presentation today to be representative of all the viewpoints we've heard. Listening, as Dr. Smith indicated, is really the only way we feel we'll get somewhere. So I'll ask for your patience as we shift between presenters and opinions from our stakeholders as we move this presentation along. Next slide, please. So next we'll hear from our MCPS Chief Safety Officer, Ed Clark, and Edward Owusu, Principal of Clarksburg High School.
Next slide, please. Good afternoon, board members. Myself, Principal Owusu, will be discussing key aspects of the Memorandum of Understanding. And it's important to note that that Memorandum of Understanding is a comprehensive and thorough agreement that outlines the various duties and responsibilities of all parties involved. One thing that we have noticed, because I've done a lot of review, that is a very thorough document. But I think one of the challenges for us collectively is to recommit to those really, really great things that are in our current MOU in terms of meetings, prevention intervention opportunities, engaging the community in the discussion of the SRO program. So I'm going to cover a couple real quick points here that are very important to the overall MOU. And in the MOU, there are specific opportunities for us to collectively sit down with our law enforcement partners to review student arrest data on a monthly basis. The MOU also provides significant opportunities for the annual review and the need to make updates of the MOU by all parties, including obtaining and really listening to community stakeholder input. It also creates a great opportunity to review other districts' MOUs that have taken similar safety actions there. Also, we have a great opportunity to continue to work with our law enforcement when we have serious community incidents or reportable offenses that occur in our communities to make sure that we share that information in a timely way for the safety of all parties involved to ensure or continue to ensure that our schools are safe. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Principal Owusu to cover some of the other key areas of the existing MOU.
All right. Just to piggyback, one of the ways that we do that prevention or intervention, we've talked about restorative justice, which is a way of thinking. It's not just the practices, it's actually a way of thinking in regards to working with students. But in regards to delineating who's responsible, it starts with school discipline, and that solely rests on the principal and the school administrative team. I have to make that clear. Discipline is done in schools using the code of conduct, as well as the students' handbook, students' rights and responsibilities. So that's really, really important to note that discipline matters. Start with the principal and the administrative team, and it goes from there. And when we're defining that, who's the responsible, the lead team, that includes, again, the administrative staff, the the security team leader and assistants, as well as our directors of school performance. And oftentimes, then we also rely on our school resource officer as needed. It's not a given, it's actually as needed, but as far as leading with critical incidents, it starts with the administrative team, the security team as needed, as well as the director in central office. Next slide.
You'll notice here on this slide, we have hyperlinked 4 very similarly situated school districts to us and the MOUs they use for their school resource officer programs. These districts are county-based, they're large, they have like numbers of students. Most of them are on the East Coast, all of them I think are on the East Coast. And they have, like us, they have very diverse demographics, and we've listed, again, hyperlinks so you can see their MOUs. I will jump out here and say that in my past career, in about 30 years of federal service, I've read a lot of MOUs. It might even be on my resume, I'm not sure. But one thing I can say about ours is that it's stronger than many we've seen in this area. It's as strong or stronger than any of the ones that are listed here in terms of teeth in implementation. And what Ed Clark and I think Ed Owusu just pointed out to you is where we've had issues is in implementing those teeth. For Charlotte Mecklenburg's MOU, the differences with us and them primarily is that their definitions and their mode of operation is based primarily on student actions. They have a very scripted method of if a student does this, then it goes to this action. And then if a student does A or B, it goes one way or another. It's very scripted. There's not a lot of, there's less discretion on the part of the principal in working with the SRO. For Gwinnett County in Georgia and Duval County in Florida, they have separate school police forces, and as such, they are very different from Montgomery County. Duval, in going the way of many Florida districts following the tragedy at Marjorie Stoneman High School, they've actually increased their ranks within that separate school police force. Wake County, North Carolina is maintaining their program, but instead of a 3-year agreement as they've had in the past, they've only signed a 1-year agreement as their Board of Education, much like ours, is looking at this issue very closely. And in May, they will vote on a new memorandum of understanding. Like us, they are grappling with it. Our MOU, unlike some of these, or stronger than some of these, provides multiple opportunities for review of numbers, particularly arrest data, frequent oversight of the program's operation, and it sets a tone for making shifts where needed and moving forward with program implementation. To our minds, the additional teeth needed includes making sure that it's someone's job to ensure that those teeth are implemented, to do things like coordinating the meetings and the work of an oversight group or committee for the SRO program. Continued look at data trends, both our trends and others here in Maryland and elsewhere, doing comparison and contrasting data, comparing that data to things like how frequently this pulls kids out of school and out of the classroom, ensuring that the principal's role remains key to all of this, and fine-tuning definitions and procedures all along the way. Next slide, please. The second thing we were asked to do was to look at the consistency of this program with MCPS strategic plan, the current strategic plan. Next slide. Our current strategic plan, as many of the board members and many of the folks in the community know, we are revising and updating the strategic plan. It kicked off last Friday with the board's retreat, but most specifically in terms of where it's applicable to the school resource officer program is calling for a safe and welcoming learning environment and a discipline plan and framework that supports a safe and welcoming learning environment. Next slide. There are three key areas that I think, the new areas and evolving areas that I think we want to mention in terms of supporting a safe and welcoming learning environment. Earlier in her presentation, Associate Superintendent Rochelle Rubin spoke about students and moving to our reopening plan, those students with pre-existing discipline concerns, and are making sure that there are intake meetings as those students return to school and we all begin to reopen. She spoke about a recent RFP that was awarded to Jewish Social Services to promote restorative practices and structures. She also talked about other well-being avenues that we, of course, will continue to promote. But there's three new areas, somewhat new areas, that I want to spend a little bit of time with in this slide. The first is our revised disciplinary framework that led by Rochelle Rubin and others here in the district. The completion is set to occur in March 2021 for September 2021 implementation. The important thing there, I think, with regard to restorative justice is it calls for a disciplinary panel at each of our high schools to review what is called the 10-and-E or the 10-day expulsion recommendation. And the idea there is to look at students who have habitually been in trouble and look at what's happened to them. Basically have this panel review that if a student has been in trouble 5-6 times over the course of the last month, what's been the action taken with that student? Have there been any restorative practices or service referrals suggested for that student? If not, why not? And can those be implemented to that student's benefit? The emphasis there again is to keep students in school, to keep them in the classroom, and to provide wraparound services where they're needed. The second piece I want to talk about, OFSE, again, the Office of Family and Student Engagement, will stand up a student diversion pilot called STEPS, and they plan to stand that up in the fall. It redirects students to a range of social services, and most importantly, gets them involved in counseling where needed and keeps them in the classroom. STEPS has been very effective in Philadelphia, and our pilot will implement at one of our high schools this fall. As Rochelle will tell you and others who are familiar with this work and who work in it every day, diversion is only as good as what you are diverting students to. So any resources that the County Council is looking to provide to the district in terms of restorative justice and other practices could be put to good use there. And those are recommendations we'll make to the board later. And finally, our plan calls for expansion of restorative justice training for all educators and school administrators. Currently, we have 25% of our MCPS staff across all categories have received restorative justice training. The expansion this summer will call for completion of Tier 1 training for all MCPS staff who wish to receive it across. Currently, it's happened across 150 of our campuses. We hope to expand to all of them this summer. We are making some headway there, but we have some ways to go. I think a lot of the stakeholders we've talked to support an expanded definition of restorative justice. And to the extent we can support it, many will tell you, specifically our principals, and we'll hear from Ed again later, that restorative justice doesn't necessarily take the place of adequate law enforcement in a school, but is intended to walk with it sort of hand in hand, or that is our goal. I'll turn it now over to Dr. Darlene Harris, who's the Executive Director here in the Office of the Chief of Staff.
All right, next slide, please. All right, we were asked to explore and benchmark alternative discipline programs in school districts that have opted for adequate local law enforcement coverage. Next slide. The School Resource Officer Work Group was co-chaired by Dr. Johnson, Ms. Stratman, and Mr. Durso, along with 28 students, parents, community members, and outside agencies. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The work group considered the following: discussed SROs, adequate local law enforcement coverage, and the Maryland Safe to Learn Act of 2018. We looked at middle school and high school arrest data from 2017 through 2019 and partial data from 2019 to 2020 due to the pandemic. We approached or looked at approaches to school discipline when addressing disparities of African American, Latino, and students with disabilities. And we also reviewed the SRO Memorandum of Understanding. So now I would like to turn it over to Mr. Clark to discuss what is the adequate local law enforcement coverage in more detail. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. I'd just like to give a little bit of context here. Prior to returning to Montgomery County Public Schools, I served as the Executive Director for the Maryland Center for School Safety. And in this role, I had the very fortunate opportunity to travel all across the state of Maryland to look at school safety programs, as well as school resource officer programs. So I also wanted to provide a little context as to how the Maryland Safe to Learn Act of 2018, as well as the requirement for a local law enforcement adequate coverage plan, came into play. This comprehensive act and approach to school safety and emergency preparedness was sadly born out of the horrific active shooter incident at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in Florida, as well as our tragic loss of life of a 16-year-old female student at Great Mills High School in St. Mary's County, who was shot and killed by a fellow student that day when she came to school. The school resource officer was on the campus that day and was able to intervene to prevent the additional loss of life that occurred that morning. So as a result of those two critical and tragic incidents, our governor and the state legislature developed the Maryland Safe to Learn Act, and that was passed unanimously in our state. So there's some key elements in the adequate local law enforcement coverage plan. The act does not require every public school K through 12 school to have a sitting SRO in those schools. But in the event that SROs are not assigned to those schools full-time, each local school system must work in collaboration with their law enforcement community to develop an adequate local coverage plan that meets the needs of that school community. There is no one size that fits all when we look to define and implement what we mean by adequate local law enforcement coverage plan. The plan must address critical incidents and responses to schools that may experience an emergency or crisis there. And again, working in collaboration with our Montgomery County Police Department, our Sheriff's Department, Rockville City, and Gaithersburg City Police Department, we've developed our own internal adequate local law enforcement coverage plan. Those plans must be addressed in each school system's and law enforcement's MOUs to comply with the Maryland Safe to Learn Act. I think it's also very important to note that in those plans, in the event that SROs are not assigned to schools in our community or within the state, there will be SROs or officers who are uniform officers that will be in those school buildings across the state of Maryland to ensure we have adequate school safety measures in place. And the last thing that the Safe to Learn Act does is it clearly defines what the state means as a SRO under the educational law there. So I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Harris, I believe, at this time.
Thanks, Mr. Clark. Next slide. All right, I just wanted to talk about the SRO work group meetings. There were 8 sessions that consisted of the creation of the charge statement. We listened to the executive director from the Maryland Center for School Safety discuss the Maryland State to Learn Act of 2018. We reviewed middle and high school arrest data. We also heard from a national expert on the juvenile justice system, and we looked at the current SRO program and how alternative programs may meet the adequate local law enforcement coverage. Next slide, please. All right, what you see or what you have seen in the PowerPoint is just a benchmark report. You'll see that the 24 counties in the state of Maryland are listed with the number of public schools and also how many school resource officers each of the counties have. Due to the Maryland Safe to Learn Act of 2018, they were able to get more school resource officers. Along with that, you will also see the number, You'll see also the number of schools that have the adequate local law enforcement. And with this information was pulled from the Maryland Center for School Safety, and there are 5 out of 24 counties in the state of Maryland that are looking or have looked at the modification of their SRO program or alternatives. And they are as follows. You'll see that Anne Arundel, they're highlighted in green, did modify their SRO program by adding more professional development. Frederick County decided that they are keeping their school resource officer program, but they would still like to continue to have student input. And then also in Howard and Prince George's County, they will be making a decision in January 2021. Next slide, please. And then you'll see that Howard County and Prince George's County, they're kind of timeline, the same thing we're doing. They have gotten outside or people from the county input. And also the information hyperlinked for you is just some resources that they have been using during their board meeting. And also Prince George's County did come back and say that they were using the police reform work group or a task force to present to the superintendent so that she can give information to the Board of Education. Next slide, please. And I'll turn it back over to Ms. Stratman.
Thank you, Darlene. Again, we have hyperlinked to articles and other pieces of information we found relative to the SRO program in other districts. Most of these are large. I think there's a couple of smaller districts on here, Fremont and Boulder Valley. All of these districts are choosing, or most of them are in the process of choosing an alternative to the SRO program. What we also try to look at and provide you with information there, it's no secret we're operating in a very odd space here. They are as well, like MCPS. Each of these districts are in the midst of a reopening strategy development, but not one of them is currently open. A few of the districts we looked at are Denver, most notably Denver and Oakland, are looking at changing nomenclature for their formerly titled SROs. 2 of them, those 2 specifically, Denver and Oakland, have been criticized somewhat in the press. There's a lot of articles available on this for eliminating the program and yet rehiring the same staff up to a half or more, rehiring the same individuals as school resource officers, even though their name has changed. As Ed Clark and others in this field will tell you, these are not easy jobs to fill. They're not everyone is designed to be a school resource officer. I encourage you to peruse these links if you haven't already. Also want to add here that the Superintendents Association, AASA, that Dr. Smith is active in, an organization I'm very familiar with, they have made an offer to us to be a part of a national group looking at this, to work across a number of districts like us who are grappling with this issue, and to really learn from each other as we kind of move forward. So we're hoping, based on your decisions today and in the future, to be a part of that work. So now I'll turn it over to Mike Durso to discuss the 4th and final ask of the resolution. Next slide, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to make this presentation. I'm going to be covering the fourth and final resolve from the Board of Education to the directing the superintendent of schools for the creation of this work group. Next slide. There are 17 future considerations that we want to have bring to the board's attention, and they cover 4 areas: data, the MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, training, and research. The first, the charge of the work group has to do with that first item, and that is where we are now with our subgroup, and we're hoping, and we'll see a little bit later, where we're interested in that being continued. Under number 2, the creation of a permanent local law enforcement community policing work group meeting quarterly. That would be an extension of the current work group. Under number 4, we've run into some areas where there are outdated arrest codes, where in some cases what the county uses and what the other jurisdictions in the state of Maryland use don't always cover what the Maryland State Department of Education, and that has caused some ambiguity. Under number 5, that last item on this slide, there have been some ambiguities with civil versus criminal arrest codes. And the best example I can think of is in terms of how marijuana is dealt with now. In most cases, there is a citation. In the past, before that law was changed, those ended up in arrest. Next slide. Item number 6, there was a creation, or there was a discussion of the creation of this local law enforcement coverage plan. And one of the options was, in the absence of a SRO, there would be a pool of officers assigned to each high school or each cluster who would be available on an as-needed basis. We've talked under number 7 about tracking activities. That has been probably more anecdotal than specific. And I just bring to your attention how we've made some comments about the activities at the Capitol last week on January 6th. What better opportunity for an SRO to be invited into a classroom to discuss the ramifications of that from a legal standpoint with our law classes or history classes. Not that it could not happen now with virtual learning. That probably creates some logistical issues, but certainly that would be something in person. Another area that we've done in the past is when we get into the spring. I know some high schools have brought in law enforcement from Ocean City, Maryland, Worcester County, to discuss some of the impact of the upcoming Beach Week season and some of the areas that students need to be aware of that. Number 8 deals with the area that I think we've made some progress on, but still needs to be mentioned, and that is the elimination of arrests of students who have been involved in an issue away from the school, but it's been convenient for law enforcement to arrest them at the school versus within the community. And we're asking for the board to consider that that practice be eliminated. Under number 9, to track and review the various law enforcement data. The MOU actually addresses this, and it's on a monthly basis. We're talking about the possibility of considering that on a quarterly basis, but as been mentioned, the MOU probably is a lot more all-encompassing and tighter than we've sometimes given credit for. The area has been more of implementation. Next slide, please. The pre-arrest diversion under number 10, also alternatives to incarceration. Mr. McCarthy's office with the state's attorney has actually worked with that, and that is something that we probably want to get more information to the board on just the specifics of that. Under number 12, the training for principals and school staff involved in these issues, along with SRO training. We have a considerable turnover each year, which is normal, with individuals, PPWs, counselors, school security. We want to make sure that that training is consistent and the same throughout. And then the last item on that slide, talking about sufficiently update the SRO Memorandum of Understanding. I call your attention to page 7 of the current MOU, which dates back to October of 2017, where there's some timely recommendations in there that I think I mentioned earlier have not always been implemented. Next and last slide for future considerations. Numbers 14 and 15 deal with the hiring and evaluation of SROs. Currently, principals have input in the hiring. We're asking the board to consider that might need to be broadened to include parental and school community stakeholders. And under number 15, the principals have input in the evaluation. They are not the final evaluators. The SROs are not school system employees. They're employees of the police department. But to be able to have that input is important. And then the last item under number 17, to evaluate the program for 2021-22. Once the next school year begins, whatever may be the arrangement of SROs or however the board deems to go forward, this will be a good opportunity to evaluate that on a fairly consistent basis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike. And so we have our 4 stakeholders, or we've asked them to each make a statement, but I'm going to ask that Hannah, who has a hard stop in about like 3:15, I believe, to make her statement. And if boards have questions for the student, particularly if you could go ahead and ask them once Hannah makes her statement. Hannah O'Looney is a student at Richard Montgomery High School. So Hannah, take it away.
Thank you, Ms. Stratman, and thank you to the MCPS staff for agreeing to move me up on today's agenda. I know you're pretty packed here today. My name is Hannah O'Looney, and I'm actually here representing the Montgomery County Regional Student Government Association, also known as MCR, which recently passed a resolution which I wrote supporting the removal of school resource officers from all MCPS schools. I want to be clear that I am not here opposing the SRO program because I am against school safety. On the contrary, I and MCR believe that schools need to be a safe place for all students and not one group at the expense of another. The data is clear. During the 2018 to 2019 school year, Black students received 45% of school-based arrests, despite only representing 22% of the student population. Students with IEPs received 25% of arrests, while only composing 12% of the student population. Study after study has shown the disproportionate effect this program has had on the criminalization of Black, Brown, and disabled students, despite the fact that no national or Maryland study has found that an increase in police presence decreases school violence. This program and the presence of armed police officers in school buildings has made students feel unsafe and treated unfairly in what are supposed to be institutions of learning. Students should not have to fear for their lives or their futures when they are trying to build them. There are a plethora of alternatives for keeping schools safe that rely on students' positive behavior instead of punishment, strengthening relationships between students and staff instead of weakening them, and de-escalating conflict instead of creating conflict, none of which rely on the use of a police force in the classroom. Restorative and transformative justice practices, as well as an increased investment in school counseling, has proven to be a much better approach to school safety that will protect all students and not one group at the expense of another. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Any questions for Hannah at this time? Ms. Harris?
Ms. Harris.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I just want to thank the students for taking a very evidence-based look at this question.
Thank you. I also want to be clear that the Montgomery County Regional Student Government Association is not the only student-based organization that has taken a stance against this program. There's also Montgomery County Students for Change, which is not affiliated with MCPS, a separate student-run organization that has taken an official stance against this program. Students Towards Equitable Public Schools, which is also another Montgomery County Public Schools-based student-run organization that has also actively worked and pushed against the SRO program.
I just have one question, Hannah. The numbers that you're quoting, because I'm sitting here with the 2019 student arrest data, the percentages you were quoting are the percentages based on, we had a total of 159 arrests that year, school year, 129 were male and 30 were female. Is that the data that you're citing in this?
Yeah, I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, but that is the report that I used. It was like a multi-page document, and I scrolled down to Montgomery County and found the numbers from 2018 to 2019.
Yeah, because I'm sitting here and the total number of arrests for the school year was 159 for the year. I mean, obviously, any one arrest is one too many, but you know, I think the number is important as the percentages.
Yeah, I also think it's important to remember when we're talking about percentages, the demographics of the students that were arrested, which is what I was trying to call attention to with the percentage-based numbers.
I just want to thank you for coming, and I know it's never easy to come before the board, particularly if you're a student, but you always do, and you always do a great job. So thank you for representing MCR, and we look forward to our continued discussion about this.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that has any questions for Hannah? Okay. Karen, you want to go ahead?
Sure. We have 3 additional stakeholders. We'd like to give just a couple of minutes to each before we entertain any additional questions the board has. The first we'll hear from is Ed Owusu. You've heard from a bit earlier, principal of Clarksburg High School. Ed?
Thank you. And thank you for listening today regarding the future of the School Resource Officer Program within Montgomery County Schools. I know this decision is not an easy one. School resource officers are needed in MCPS high schools and their clusters. The MCPS Memorandum of Understanding with the Montgomery County Police Department clearly delineates that SROs do not serve functions of a disciplinary nature. That is the job of the administration, who refer to the MCPS Code of Conduct in matters of school discipline. Our goal remains, and I quote, to promote fairness and equity through clear, appropriate, and consistent expectations and consequences in addressing student behaviors and making appropriate amends with their behavior that affect others. The MOU also clearly states with what critical incidents require SRO involvement. These include sexual assault, robbery, hate crimes, distribution of controlled substances, as well as the possession of firearms. In other words, when a crime is committed. And to be clear, educators are not trained law enforcement people. The proliferation of weapons and illegal drugs with which students can acquire should be of concern to all of us. In addition, the General Crisis in Civility has called schools to temper school discipline incidences with intervention and diversion programs. Teachers, counselors, school security assistants, and administrators all use our relationships with students, as well as restorative practices to talk and guide students from further events that can lead down the wrong path. As a principal, I can recall many instances where SROs have reached out on a weekday morning, evening, or weekend with information that would affect the operations and safety of the school the following day, even sometimes the following hour. There are almost countless preventative events that go unreported without data to the work of the SRO. Events such as when a student who, using directions from the internet, had built and brought to school a ghost gun, a term for homemade or improvised firearm. It was our SRO, using a tip from a student, that intervened and was able to safely remove the weapon and keep everyone safe. Events such as when an SRO talked a student off the edge of the Potomac River when the student felt he had no other choice but to end his life. It was the SRO that drove the student's case manager to the location so that they could transport the student to the hospital. How many unknown times has a police car parked in front of a school prevented an event that could have otherwise turned out negatively? But the biggest impact of the SRO is their relationship with staff, students, and community. SROs have a distinct opportunity to know the students and the schools that they serve. They are community members. That is why students and staff seek out SROs, because they know them. They know their schools and particular circumstances. Without an SRO's relationship, which would be an issue. We would have to call upon local law enforcement who, having good intentions, may not know of a student's particular circumstances, disability, limited English proficiency, or other special needs that may require special understanding and accommodations. Reference when Hannah was talking about the data. Again, SROs build relationships. SROs are needed in schools for these reasons, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
I'm sorry, now we'd like to hear from Rob Wilcox. He is representing MCC-PTA. Rob?
Great, thank you. My name is Rob Wilcox, and I'm the chair of the Committee of School Climate and Safety for MCC-PTA, and was very proud to serve on the working group. I want to thank the chairs and Dr. Harris for the opportunity to participate and for all that we covered. MCC-PTA is currently discussing our view on the SRO role in MCPS schools. This week, our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee will be presenting information and recommendations on a position to our board of directors. And if we pass a resolution, we'll take it to the full delegates. We think that a robust conversation amongst the parent community is necessary for us to provide meaningful insight to you all on where folks stand. Because as Dr. Smith said at the outset, there are diversity of opinions and many of them are strong. I can kind of point to a couple things that are in our advocacy principles and connect them to reflections that I have from my experience. On one of our principles, we clearly state that our priority is a world-class education for every student and ensure that all students feel safe, welcome, and valued for being exactly who they are. The data presented to the work group and what we just heard from Hannah, I think, does call into question whether the current approach is aligned with this value. And as we heard earlier, the need for true data transparency and building a better understanding is certainly necessary. The data shows deep disproportionality, but we haven't disaggregated that by school. We don't have a true sense of perception and the effect that each arrest would have on the student body. And it doesn't address that 90% of the incidents are initiated from calls to service from MCPS administrators, not an SRO-initiated arrest. Another priority that we have is in our diversity, equity, and inclusion section, where we prioritize the assurance of equitable opportunity and excellent education for students that are historically disadvantaged. And that will play a role in how we look at this data and issue. As your board wrestles with this critical issue, and we commend you for taking on not just this issue, but the issue of reopening in these environments, we do think it's important to listen carefully to the effect and impact the program has on the student body. While we are prepared, the parent community is preparing to make a statement, and we are not yet prepared to say support or against. We do see the clear opportunity to deeply look at this data, to engage in public discourse with the stakeholders, and to look at the memorandum of understanding and the other mechanisms that are in place to ensure that we are not measuring safety by arrests, but by true safety measures of what does make for a safe and secure student body and for a positive school climate. The first item is certainly an important one, is community input. And I can tell you that MCC PTA would be willing to partner with the board to create opportunity for the parent and guardian community to weigh in on the positive attributes and negative impacts of the current program. And we truly value the opportunity to be present and participate in the working group to date.
Thank you, Rob. And lastly, I want to hear from Assistant Chief of Police, Willie Parker Lone.
Good afternoon. My name is Willie Parker Lone, and I'm one of 4 Assistant Chiefs of Police for the Montgomery County Police Department. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of this discussion regarding the School Resource Officer Program. As required by the Maryland Safe to Learn Act of 2018, the Montgomery County Police Department, in collaboration with the Gaithersburg Police Department, the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office, and the Rockville City Police Department, provide law enforcement coverage at our public high schools. We accomplished this by having officers assigned full-time by way of the formal School Resource Officer Program to the largest school system in the state of Maryland. The aforementioned police departments, in collaboration with the Montgomery County Public School System, has built a School Resource Officer Program that maintains a safe learning environment for our student population and a safe teaching environment for our educators and staff. We are proud of our School Resource Officer Program and the work they have accomplished over the years. Due to their desire to work with students, the relationships and bonds they have built with students, as well as a strong working relationship with school administrators and staff. School resource officers are able to meet with parents of teens that have run away or are having other at-home issues and provide immediate resources. They are able to conduct wellness checks for truant or missing children. They are able to inform school administration of real-time serious incidents in the school community. They present at PTSA meetings as needed and support school staff with personal safety and concerns. School resource officers are members of the school safety and operations team. Principals have the overall responsibility for ensuring the safety of every student in their building. School resource officers are an immediate face-to-face resource that principals can and do rely upon to accomplish this goal. In closing, Chief Jones, Chief Schroka, Chief Brito, and Sheriff Popkin are in full support of continuing the School Resource Officer Program in partnership with MCPS. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we've reached the question and answer portion of this section.
Thank you. I'm going to take the prerogative of the chair and ask my question first. And that is really a question, I think, for Mr. Durso in your number 11. And I'm going to ask each person to only ask one question at a time, so I'm going to respect that too. You say develop opportunities for SROs to teach students critical problem-solving skills to use when addressing school-related safety security issue. Well, that's a nice aspirational goal, but if the principals have the overall responsibility, where is there in here for the SROs to work with them on addressing school-related safety and security issues? And the reason I ask that is because we're hearing from the students that there is disproportionality, there's no question. And you're hearing it from different schools, such as you hear on this side of the tracks, what happened in the same offense in the Bethesda Chevy Chase area might not carry the same kind of reaction. So where is it in here that they're going to work with the principals to deal with safety and security issues? Anybody on the committee can answer. I just asked Mr. Durso because he presented that portion. Mike, are you frozen?
Ms. Wolf, if maybe I could address that.
Okay.
What I've seen in my role with the Maryland Center for School Safety, we had some consulting services by a young PhD candidate that worked with students throughout the country and taught them problem-solving skills. Part of that education to the students was to have them engaged in school-related safety, climate, and culture issues. And those schools and those students from all different backgrounds did a tremendous job in working with school administrators, in some cases the school resource officer, to really come up with creative solutions for school-based issues, concerns, to help create a safer environment there. So I think that was one of the things we were looking at as maybe a consideration. Can that level of training be brought to our school system in the appropriate context to really teach our young students some really great problem-solving skills to be more engaged in the safe climate in their school buildings there?
And also,
okay, well, I'm sorry, Karen. Can I just respond to that? I'm just going to say one thing because that was my one question. The disproportionality exists, so therefore there's a difference in implementation across schools. And if you're going to have them address school-related safety and security issues, they all need to be addressing it the same way for the same problem. And that's where I'm having my difficulty. I don't see anything that's going to help the principals with that so that we're getting consistency. I'm sorry, Karen, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to offer if Ed Owusu wanted to add anything to that piece, just as the principal who's here.
Okay.
I think as a school principal and administrators, we use our code of conduct, our MCPS student code of conduct, which has a sliding scale. So there's no more of these big five where you're automatically suspended. But when a student breaks the law, they break the law. I mean, that's the bottom line. Why there's disproportionality between schools, it's hard to answer that piece. But as far as using that disciplinary tool that we have, we always, and again, we use the restorative justice and practices as well as our relationships with students. And so again, we do have the handbook in regards to the code of conduct. But when a student does break the law, there has to be a follow-up, and we actually have to turn it over to the police. There's no question about that piece.
I hear you, and I thank you for that answer. I simply say that there's something different in the implementation because I don't believe that there are any less fights at and I'm just using them as an example, so don't write me, people, at a Bethesda Chevy Chase than there is at a Kennedy High School. So I'm going to move on and let my board members get in their question. And I'm going to start by going around them. I'm going to start with Ms. Harris. Go ahead.
Thank you. As my colleagues know, I'm very troubled by the fact that the work group didn't look at any of the empirical work on questions surrounding all aspects of law enforcement in schools, which is robust at this point, especially given what's happened in the United States since 2017. I would appreciate understanding why the work group didn't feel like looking at that empirical work was important to the charge of the resolution, because I really do not think we can make good decisions in a vacuum.
So I will start with responding to that question, Ms. Harris. I think, and I wasn't part of the work group and didn't attend their meetings, but I think when you look at the resolution as we've broken it down, there's a lot of different interpretations there. And they started with the most local questions. And what they found quickly and reported in October of 2020 was that we didn't have a lot of the data to understand. And I did read the information that you provided to all of the board members and to me last week. And there's a lot of information and research there broadly. It is not specific to Montgomery County and our specific program. And one of the problems with this, it's very much like lots of educational research, is there are so many variables in it, and it's handled in such distinctly different ways across 14,000 school systems that it's very hard to generalize the data. But I do think that in this ongoing conversation, that would be one of the most important parts of this, as I said in my opening remarks. I think we need to build a local data system so no matter what structure is in place, whether it's an SRO system or some other system, no matter what's in place, that we have the local data to look at. And this is something I spoke with Chief Manger about, I've spoken with Chief Jones about, and we also have a way to look at kind of national trends and national ways of thinking about policing, the most effective policing when it comes to schools, because policing will be a part of the school reality. It will always be there. The question is, what's the best structure to put in place to make sure it happens most effectively in a learning institution? Because our first goal, and I'm certainly not speaking about violent or very serious crimes, but our first goal with our students in the vast majority of circumstances is learning. It's about learning. It's not about involving external agencies like the police department in the discipline of students or them. So I agree with you that we need to look at that. I do think the work group looked at the information they had in front of them, and they looked, as you can see from the report, broadly at other school systems across Maryland and across the nation. And but I do think that we can look at the research that what you provided undergirds this conversation.
I'm getting texts from my people that there were more arrests at BCC than at Kennedy. I did say that I was using that as an example. I usually use Whitman as an example, if most of you know. So it was just an example. Don't write me. I'm going to move next to Dr. Daka.
Yes, thank you. I had a couple of questions, but I will only ask one that I've asked before. I really would like to know what the arrests were for. Were they school-related? And if so, were they for drugs? Were they for weapons? Were they for sexual harassment or, well, it's not harassment, more than that, or physical threats to people, physical assaults? If that's what they were for, and the numbers are still very high for African Americans, Latinos, and special ed students, it is a reflection of what is going on in the society. And it's another different way that we have to look at this. And I'm hoping that we can get that kind of information, seems to me, from 2019, from March to June, because it all really kind of blows up in March and goes to the end of the year, that we should have a sample of understanding what these are for. And also, if there are other things that have caused the suspension that are internal in the school, we need to have a description of that. I don't think we have a full picture of this. That's it. I have other things, but this, I think, is the most important in my mind.
Thank you, Dr. Daka. Next, we'll go to Ms. Mandrowski.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate all the work that's been put into this and the seriousness everyone's taking about looking at this and from all different things. I think that what Dr. Daka just mentioned, it's some of this is hard to measure. It's not all, cut and dry or, and so, but one of the things for me, one of the things that I would really like to kind of highlight is in looking at future considerations is number 7, the developing a system to track SR local law enforcement officials' activities to include classroom-related activities. I would add community outreach and prevention intervention actions, including referrals and mentoring, because, it's when we're looking at data, as Mr. Owusu mentioned, it's a lot of times there are things you don't see that's having a bigger impact than some of the things that you do see. So I think it's important that we continue to look at this and evaluate how it's working for our system and our students. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is, hold on, I got a piece of paper here. Ms. Evans.
Thank you. I'll first start off by saying I really appreciate Dr. Smith starting off with his comments before we got into this presentation, because as we all know that historically, people of color, Blacks, African Americans, and including Latinos have been disproportionately arrested at large numbers, and in our school system, we're seeing that they're being suspended at higher rates. So I'm glad that we're having this discussion because it's very clear that we need to do things differently. So my question, it goes back to slide 9. We talked about the expansion of restorative justice, and the board has supported that in all of our budgets. And I know, I speak for myself and wanting to continue to support this work. Just correct me if I'm wrong. Did I misread it where we're saying that staff, employees can opt into the training, that it's a choice? So it says we're going to complete the training of those who have not been trained and desire to train? And desire training? Did I misread that?
No, it's voluntary training. That's correct.
So then if we have the data that shows where there are schools in particular where there are high percentages of our students being suspended at higher rates, is there not a way that we can ensure that the staff is receiving that training? It seemed like it would be imperative that they would receive the training.
Ms. Evans, I think I'll help out here because Ms. Stratman just joined us in the fall, and so she doesn't know the history of this work. One of my first board meetings, which Mr. Durso was a part of at that time, so it's interesting to see him here on Zoom today, was a very preliminary conversation about MCPS and the restorative practices, restorative justice effort that was just getting started. And at that time, we had 9 schools that had indicated some interest. A year later, we had about 11 more. And now it's well up over half of the schools in the county. And we have let that happen somewhat organically. And I don't know if Ms. Rubin is on here at this time or not, but she could talk more with more detail about this. I see her. Excellent, Ms. Rubin. So we've tried to build this out. And one of the real accelerators was a multi-million-dollar grant from the Rand Corporation that Ms. Rubin actually facilitated and administered over her time working with that grant, and then that grew into our full-blown effort in our student services realm. And so we've been working with our schools. I think at this point, and I did pick up that statement when I was reading the PowerPoint and then when I was listening just now during the meeting, and I think we're at the point where we were a few years ago around cultural competency and that sort of training, when we moved from you can be involved if you want to, if you're going to work in MCPS, in particular in a school building, in relationship with students in any way, shape, or form, then you need to be engaged in this learning. And I think that's where we are at this point. And I think that's how, no matter what happens with this particular conversation, how we need to go forward. And Ms. Rubin, if you'll just give, it was given earlier in the PowerPoint, but a quick update on the numbers at this point in terms of working with the schools for the last 2.5 years, because you've done a phenomenal job with that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Smith. Truly appreciate that. So you are absolutely correct on our trajectory, especially since our last, I believe, few board appearances. We did receive this support. And so restorative justice, restorative practices will go as Tier 1 training this summer. So in our March memorandum that usually goes out to all schools, this will actually be the first time that restorative justice, restorative practices, as well as SEL, will be Tier 1 training, which means that it's training that's given to all of our staff members across the county. And so what we will do is, of course, we have our 43 grant schools, and then we have our non-grant schools. And within our work, we are taking a look at, okay, who is implementing with fidelity, who's on that working continuum, and who's just beginning. So we'll be spending time, we've already begun this work, combing through our PDO registry, looking at who's engaged in the training. For our grant schools, it'll be very easy for us, right? But for all of the non-grant schools, we're looking through where that school is on the continuum, how many staff members have been trained, and the summer tier 1 training will actually be differentiated on a tier basis. So if you are this is your first experience with restorative justice, restorative practices, there'll be a training for you. For our schools that are implementing with fidelity, we're looking to help support their journey and move them forward. And so in this aspect, by the summer, technically, every single member of Montgomery County Public Schools will have engaged with restorative justice, restorative practices, and we're hoping that the next time that we come to the board, we're able to really lift up a very robust view of that work for you so that we can actually look at schools that have it and lifting them up as a model. We just saw one such school, big shout out to Montgomery Village. I have to give it to Dr. Logan. We just saw an exemplar yesterday at one of our meetings. And so that's where we are on that journey.
Thank you.
Mr. Asante.
I have no questions in specific for the group. I think I just wanted to highlight a letter that I believe all board members received earlier today from members of the work group who all happen to be student members and 2 members who were part of the NAACP Parent Council. And they felt that, the work group didn't consider all of the data that it should have, and felt that the work group didn't fully complete its goal that was set out in the memorandum. And I think it's just important to note that these are 80% of the students who were on that committee expressing alarm about the fact that the work group didn't do what it was created to do, as well as also considering the perspectives provided by Hannah earlier today and all of the other student groups who have signed on to that point of view. So, for my colleagues, I really think it's important that we're looking at what our students are saying, as they are the ones directly impacted by this program. And we've talked about not having all of these maybe specific local data that we may want to have, but we do have these experiences from our students who are telling us about the impacts this program has on their experiences as students, especially students of color within our school system. And I really just wanted to highlight that because I think that's being overlooked a little bit in this conversation. But the letter was sent to all of the board members. And if you haven't had the chance to read it, I encourage you to read it, because it, like I mentioned, it was alarming to see how the student members of that committee, who are all students of color, felt about the way in which the committee conducted its job and worked towards completing, or I guess not completing, the goal that the committee was created to do. And I just, no questions. I just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you. Ms. Silvestri.
I have a couple questions, but I will keep it to one for now. My main question is about accountability. When you read the MOU from 2017, it's a very thorough MOU, and it has several measures in place to meet regularly, monthly, quarterly, annually, to make sure that things are working well. But if I heard correctly, some of those things fell through the cracks. And I'm not here to point fingers. I just want to understand what needs to be in place in the future. So whatever we decide to do with this program and a new and improved MOU, if that is what we decide to do, what needs to be in place so that we have fidelity to the MOU? We are meeting it to every single detail, and it accomplishes what it sets out to accomplish in reality, not just on paper.
Thank you. And Ms. O'Neill.
Oh, can I get a response to that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a comment that you wanted them to think about including in their recommendation. Sorry.
If anyone has any thoughts about what we could do better.
Absolutely, Ms. Silvestri. As I was looking at the considerations that I received a few weeks ago in the draft form, and then last week in the form that you saw them today, one of the things that was clear is that we have many questions in front of us, and the board has many questions in front of you today. But probably the two most compelling questions are, one, what's the design of a law enforcement school system program? What should that design be? Right now we have an SRO program and the board asked the question, what are the other designs? And those are emerging right now across the country. And Karen shared those with you earlier in some of the places where they've begun to try to rethink the design. So the first question is, what's the design? The second question is, what's the implementation of the design with fidelity look like? And clearly, as the committee shared today, and I appreciate their very straightforward, direct way of responding to this, the MOU has many, many facets in it. And we as a staff, and I will take responsibility for that first and foremost, we're not implementing that MOU since 2010. There's no record that it was implemented in any of its iterations. And I've been here for one of those iterations in 2017. But I think whatever the implementation is of this program after it's changed, or of a new program that the board would choose to put in place, there has to be an accountability system to make sure that the implementation is consistent with the design and with the way it's configured to work and the way it's expected to work. So I'll just say that very directly. It needs to be better, whatever the design is of the future program.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Silvestri, I thought that you were just adding that fidelity and implementation should be part of the consideration of whatever it is we decide to do. So forgive me. Ms. O'Neill.
First, I want to comment on Nick and Dr. Daka both spoke to the need for accurate data. I mean, really, we need accurate data to know as a means of accountability. But my question sort of gets to what Dr. Smith is talking about. The law, the Maryland Safe to Learn Act calls for either an SRO or adequate police coverage. And I'm concerned, whether a shift to adequate police coverage, does that create a revolving door of police officers into schools who may not be as familiar with working with our principals and individual school communities? I guess it's a question for Mr. Clark. The counties in the state who are looking at adequate police coverage as defined in the Safe to Learn Act, unless that act is changed, what would that look like?
Ms. O'Neill, it could look like a variety of opportunities. Some of the things, the guidance that the Maryland Center for School Safety has recommended for consideration is having officers have sort of like a satellite work office in our schools to come in to check their emails and do police reports. Also opportunities to maybe engage with students during the lunch hours, things like that. Just checking in with principals on an ongoing basis to make sure everything is okay. Those are some of the things that the Maryland Center for School Safety has recommended. I think working with Chief Parker-Lone and Chief Jones to give their thoughts on what the adequate law enforcement component should continue to look like for us here in Montgomery County will be very, very important, as well as the other law enforcement providers. So I think it's a combination. That's why there was flexibility. One size doesn't fit all. So it's really important for us to continue these honest dialogues with one another to see what is in our best interest as a school system and as a school community, carrying out the implementation recommendations of the Safe to Learn
Act. And what I would offer is that if you remove the school resource officers from the program and they go back to patrol, and then the school needs somebody to respond to the school, that specially trained used to be SRO, now back on patrol, maybe on a burglary call, maybe tied up with something else. So you are not going to necessarily get that same officer who knows that school, knows the principal. You may get the rookie officer that just got out of the academy that does not have all the additional training that the SROs have. So that is something really we're going to have to struggle and work through to see what we do with the SROs if the program is eliminated, so that they are actually the best ones to respond back to the schools for issues. But if they're busy and tied up on another call, what do we do?
Okay, I'm going to come around again, Dr. Daka. I'm starting again with Ms. Harris. Back to her.
Thank you. And I just want to first echo some of Ms. Evans' comments about the disproportionality issue, and also express my deep appreciation for the Office of Student and Family Support and Engagement under Associate Superintendent Rubin's leadership, because I know they are drilling down very deeply to look comprehensively at how we as a school system can do better at supporting students. Because as Ms. Evans indicated, the ongoing and persistent issue, or one of them here, is the disproportionality of both our discipline procedures, if you look at our codes of conduct, and also of the SROs in our schools on students of color and students with disabilities. That data is irrefutable. And if we are committing to an anti-racist system audit, we have to look very, very closely at the reality of the impacts of everything that we do in the school system on our students of color. And so I guess my question goes very directly to Ms. Rubin, because I see some concerns out there have been expressed about, well, if we remove SROs, what's going to replace them? I'm a public health person. I believe very, very strongly in prevention. And to the extent to which we as a system can intervene with students K to 12 all along their journey with us, supporting them and preventing them from ever getting to a place where they might engage in behavior in or outside of a school that might bring them into conflict or into direct relationship with law enforcement. So looking at some of the things that the Office of Student and Family Support and Engagement are doing around EWL 365, restorative justice, diversion, what can you tell us about some of the things that you're going to be rolling out that could help us better support students throughout their journey with us, and then hopefully prevent the kind of issues and incidents and concerns that necessitate involvement with an SRO or law enforcement in the end anyway, and getting us more to a system that doesn't look at a student to say what's wrong with you, but looks at a student and says, what happened and how can we help you?
Sure. Thank you, Board Member Harris. I think one of the great things about this work group is that it opened the conversation and has allowed for the opportunity for the district to be able to take on this work. I think it's by design, actually, because much of the district's forward work around restorative justice, restorative practices, BWell 365, and physical, social, and psychological safety, I think in many ways has led us to this conversation. And so I believe it presents a real opportunity as we look at, and I've been in conversation with my colleagues. I was not a participant for the work group, so I can't speak to any of that work, but I certainly collaborate and have had deep conversations with my colleagues about what's next. And among them, I think you've seen some of those ideas that we have around diversion. We're in conversation with the Philadelphia school system about their work with diversion, taking a look at how we wrap all of this up together. And I believe that you've heard Dr. McKnight and Dr. Smith just trumpet that for this year and prior, that everything that we're doing should coincide and bring us to the point where we're talking about how do we wrap around our students in a meaningful way so that their physical, social, and psychological safety leads us to those academic outcomes outcomes. So I'm listening keenly to the conversation. I'm very invested, very interested, and I actually feel that all of the work that the board and everyone has done has led us to this moment of doing this challenging work.
And Ms. Wolf, if I may, if I could just add on to what Ms. Rubin commented on just a moment ago, some of the work that she's doing, and particularly when we think about restorative justice and other programs that have brought forward how we resolve and mediate in a different way. Earlier, Ms. Evans brought this up. Much of this, when you roll out training, it's about, starting out volunteering. Who's interested in doing this work so that we can learn from it and then implement it moving forward. And I think one of the considerations as we think about what the recommendations are, what the considerations are, and what we do moving forward is really getting a sense of what is the training that is required and for who, to make sure we have, one, a consistency of understanding about what it is that we want to do moving forward. And a part of this definitely comes under the component of the audit, Ms. Harris, as you mentioned. One area is school conditions or school climate. And that's all about the climate of the school so that it's meeting the needs of all of its students. And the accountability piece there is so that we don't have disparity in whether it's discipline and other areas in which we monitor the success academically and social emotional success of our students in our schools. So I also think that's one area we can continue to look at, to say, how do we wrap around our students and our school, every single school, to make sure we're looking at all of these things that get at what is the culture of that school that says that it's a positive culture that meets the needs of every student. And I think this is the conversation today is a component of that. It has to be.
Thank you. Dr. Daka.
Yeah, I agree with Ms. Harris that we need to start from the beginning, helping students to make better decisions, but it's a long process. And if a student brings a gun, I don't know. It's going to be, how do we talk them out of that when they're in 4th grade or 5th grade or as they're coming along? I think that one, well, we can work on that, I guess. I just wanted to go back also to Captain Lone, who reminded us that we have to have a police presence in schools, not necessarily having them posted in the school every day, all day, but the state requires it. If we do not have SROs who are trained, then it goes to a beat officer who may be doing that burglary, but also may not be trained in cultural competency. It was offered, but that person didn't really take it or internalize it. So then we get the unfair arrests in that case. And I just think it's a bigger problem than just saying, okay, we have too many arrests of African-American, Latino, and special ed students in the school. Let's cut that out. Let's not have those arrests. And if you think about the bigger problem, Mr. Leggett was stopped by the police when he was putting signs up when he ran the last time. And Mr. Jawando, I think he was stopped while he was driving, driving while black. So they are very great examples of people who should not be stopped by the police, that they didn't give an appearance that they were doing anything. So we know that there's something wrong. And we really need to look at the big picture. And I think the council needs to look at that big picture, because it would be great if they had more social workers and counselors working with the police.
If you have another question, could you put your hand up so I can see who still has questions? Okay, I see Pat, I see Nick, I see Carla. I see Pat, Nick, and Carla. Okay, Mr. Asante, go ahead.
Yeah, I think circling back around to the idea of disproportionate arrest, I'm wondering, and this might come from, once again, that lack of local data, but do we have that data on which arrests were initiated by principals and which arrests were initiated by SROs? And do we have that broken up, by all of these different demographics that we've talked about? Because I think part of the disproportionality that we also see, as we've mentioned, comes from school culture and is incited by culture within administrative teams. And I think that's something we also need to look at. So I'm wondering if we have that information.
I can answer that question. We don't have that data. The other piece I think that we can add here, and I think the considerations at the end that Mike talked about pointed to that, but maybe not as just to space specifically, that when we need to figure out a way to find out when a principal does make a choice to move a student to a restorative justice practice, does a referral, does a wraparound, calls upon another agency to help that student. We need that data too, to be able to show that it is working. So I think those are two key pieces, Mr. Asante.
And Mr. Asante, I'd just say that going forward, no matter what the outcome of this conversation, an adjusted program, a completely changed program, whatever it is, we need to begin building that set of structures so that we can collect that data. I just got a text a minute ago from somebody in the community who's watching who said, do we know before an arrest happens, and we can also apply the same logic before a significant suspension happens, what interventions or referrals have taken place? And we don't. Those are structures that have not been built out. And as Mr. Durso identified in his conversation, and you've heard it before, how the state codes arrests and how we send them in has been a real problem because of the way that what we're required to actually put in that state database. And so all of these things we need to work on no matter what decisions the board makes now or at some future date about the actual structure that's in place with school resource officers.
And actually, Dr. Smith, they've started, I think Mr. Clark has started working in our work group with someone from the state to start looking at those codes and changing them up so they can kind of be parallel with what we're doing, because a lot of them we're not even using anymore. Like, it's on paper. If a student brings marijuana, it's just paper. So it's just different coding on how they do things. And they're going to talk about updating that pretty soon. I believe, Mr. Clark, is that correct?
Yes, Dr. Harris. We had Dr. Ron Brown, who is the Maryland State Department of Education representative for the student arrest requirements. So we'll be working with Dr. Brown and his team, our law enforcement partners, to try to bring some clarity and improvements to the difference of the coding in the actual criminal statutes, because they do not align one-to-one. As Mr. Durso mentioned, with the civil offenses in marijuana, they still show up as an arrest or a charge, but they're a civil offense. So we've had some work to do with our state partners in the coding of reporting.
But I just want to be clear, we can change the way we keep those records right now so that we can report, this is what the state sees, but this is what actually happened across our high schools or middle schools. And so we can make those, I'm talking to the staff now, we can make those changes now. We don't need to wait for the state.
And as Dr. Smith was just alluding to, I think it's even more important for us to, within our system, and we will, begin to look at that data and how it's collected so that we're building our own standard according to what it is that we want to experience in MCPS and what it is that we want our students to experience. And to your point, Mr. Asante, when we collect that data, as you just said, at a whole nother level, that allows us to really be able to dig down to figure out what is it that may be fueling a culture that we need to disrupt. Because even if we just have the data with the numbers, that gives us a partial story. But to get to the why and the repeats and all of those other pieces, I think that allows us to be able to utilize data, that data, more specific data, in a way that will allow us to really shift a culture and not just a few arrests at a time. So I appreciate you raising that, because that has to be the big picture of what we must achieve in this. And it starts with how are we collecting the data and how specific are we with it? And how often are we going back, looking at it and holding ourselves accountable to what we see?
So for Dr. Baca and Mr. Asante's question, we're able to just quickly and go through the physical arrests for the 2019-20 year. And out of those 27 arrests, 12 were for weapons, 8 were for drugs, 5 were robberies, and 2 were a violation of a court order. The racial breakdown would have been 12 Black males, 12 white males, and 3 Black females. You asked who called the police. Out of those 27 physical arrests, 23 were initiated by the school, 13 were the administrators, and 10 were security, and 4 were the SRO initiated. So that's just some quick numbers for you.
What year was that?
2019 to 20.
So that accounts for 70% of last year. Thank you very much.
Okay, Ms. Silvestri and then Ms. O'Neill.
My points have been covered with my colleagues' previous questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. O'Neill?
You know, I mean, I feel like today is our day for health and safety conversations. In the best of all worlds, we would never need police in our schools. But what are the components? And I think getting back to Lynn's piece, you know, we hear all the time, and we will hear in our budget testimony, the need for more psychologists, PPWs, counselors. We don't have social workers for the most part. We do have a need for all of those elements to create healthy, safe, welcoming, equitable environments. You know, certainly we're lacking in accurate data. I mean, I think that, and there are many pieces going forward. The other piece is we always hear from parents, we need more cameras in our schools. We need more of our security assistance. And I think it gets to the underlying issue of all of us wanting the safest environment for our children to learn. I, as an old white woman, have a very different perception of my interactions with police than our students do. So, I have to listen to them, but I also know that we have an underlying responsibility, to uphold the law and also to make sure schools are safe.
Okay, thank you. Now, I've been listening to the conversation and taking notes, and it's quite clear, I think, that we're all in agreement that, as they mentioned when they started, that the data is lacking. And I've heard that we would like them to go back and take a look at the empirical data that was sent in and see if there's anything else they could do. So I wanted to make a motion. And
wait, I have a quick question. When Captain Long, is it Captain, was talking about the 27 arrests, was that out of the total number? Because I thought the total number for African American Latinos was something like 152.
There were 163 total, but those were the physical arrests, not paper arrests. Those are the physical arrests where the
okay. We still don't know what the paper ones are for. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think I want to make a motion that the Board of Education will direct the superintendent to go back and to hold meetings out in the community to talk about the SRO program as you explained it to us, to have them look at the recommendations that you put forward today, and to share with them about the culture in the building as you've heard it from us. We want you to do, I believe, focus groups with students, parents, and school administrators. And please, board members, jump in here. This isn't what you're hearing too. I'd like you to also do interviews with students who've experienced interactions, assuming that you can identify them, and interviews with the SROs about their perceptions of their role in the school community. As I said, we'd like to get additional research and data that was requested in the original resolution that people seem to feel was missing. I don't have any perception that it was really data missing. I need to go back and take a look at Mr. Asante's student memo because I didn't get a chance to this morning, but I think you have it also. So that will give you an idea of what they believe is missing. And I think we would owe them some sort of response. And I'd like to suggest that you come back to the board with a final recommendation in May of 2021 at our first board meeting in May. Anybody else hear anything else that I missed? Please. Yes, Ms. Mandrowski.
Yes, I just have a clarification question. So what you're suggesting would be on top of these recommendations that were given to us. Is that correct? You're on mute. You're on mute.
I viewed the recommendations when I read them as neither keeping nor getting rid of the SRO program, but these are suggestions that these are recommendations they're making to the board for further consideration or adoption. But I'm saying what we need to do is to go back out to our public and see if our public agrees that these span of recommendations are appropriate, and for them to make some sort of determination about whether or not they're recommending that we keep the program or get rid of the program or modify the program, and just what is our community saying. And I'm thinking that we need it from all aspects of our community, and I wanted them to take a look at it in light of the letter that the students sent to us today also.
Okay, I totally appreciate that and support that. But I also want to thank Officer Parker-Lone for that data, because that's the kind of stuff that I did feel like was missing in terms of the paper versus the actual versus the school's involvement versus the SRO's involvement or the other police members.
Data is clearly an issue.
Yeah.
I'm going to second your motion. And just add, I think it's really important that a wide net be cast. I appreciate your inclusiveness or what, on this resolution. I just wonder, is May a decent time frame, given that our focus has to be on getting schools reopened? I found it sort of inadequate. The conversations, the last conversations on the countywide boundary analysis, I find that Zoom and virtual meetings is somewhat difficult to really capture good stakeholder feedback. I leave that up to the superintendent, but I'm willing to have it with your May time frame. I just want to make sure that we do a very thorough, inclusive conversation, community data capturing.
I think all of us would agree that our students come first, and restoring their education and getting them back into the buildings and looking at all of that has to come first. But I think that we have to give some sort of time frame. Again, as they know, if there's any possibility that they're not going to make it, they'll be able to get back to us and let us know the reasons that they won't be able to accomplish May. But I do think that, learning is what we're about, and that has to be the first job that they're doing. So unless anybody wants to make a recommendation about something else or frame it differently or suggest something else, let me know. That's what I heard. And I think I heard that from all of our board members. So, when Mr. Durso said he divided it into training, research, data, those are all important areas. And I think our community needs to weigh in on them. And that's really the purpose of the motion, is to get our community, all of our community, to weigh in on it. And in addition, like I said, as I heard from the group, that they go back and consider anything they might have not been able to obtain in time for this meeting from the original resolution. Ms. Silvestri.
Just so that I'm hearing you correctly, the work group is going to take the recommendations and take it to broad sector of the community to vet really the recommendations and then come back to the board with a recommendation to keep, modify, or get rid of the program in May, and at which time we will vote on that recommendation. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, Ms. Harris.
In light of all the conversation that we've had today and the letter that we received from 6 of the 10 community representatives on the existing work group, I'd like to suggest, and this I don't think would go to your resolution, Ms. Wolf, but that there be strong consideration to making at least one stakeholder a co-chair of this work group. So it has to this point been overwhelmingly comprised by members of MCPS and law enforcement. And given the underrepresentation in those numbers of members of our community, if we could elevate somebody from that group to a co-chair status, that might help to address some of the concerns.
Does anybody have any questions or objections to that? Ms. Evans.
I had a comment. So we're taking it back out to the community to get feedback, comments. I don't know that we need to change the levels so I'm not in agreement with that. We'll take it out. We'll get the information that we want back from the community, and then the board will decide what we're going to do. That's just my thought. I don't know if that makes a difference.
I don't know that the composition of the group has to be a part of the motion. Does anybody else believe that it needs to be a part of the motion? I think that that's something that the group can decide. If you feel strongly about it, please let me know right now. Please raise your hand and speak up. I'm not seeing anybody. Ms. Harris, I'm not seeing any support for this. Do you think we can just move forward with the motion as it is?
Yeah, I hope that those thoughts will be taken into consideration in the work group.
I think the work group can decide if they want to add anything. I don't think that we need to do that for purposes of this motion. All right, so I've made the motion. Can I get a second? And I know we needed to get it typed up some sort of way, but it really is about.
I seconded it earlier.
Oh, thank you.
I thought you did.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
Ms. Wolf, we'll take the motion directly from this meeting, and we will follow the motion as it's been presented and discussed.
Thank you. All in favor, can you raise your hand? It's hard to see everybody. Where's everybody? Oh, I think that's unanimous. Thank you. I want to thank you all for your work on this. I know this is not an easy topic, and it's sensitive to everyone in the community because everyone is texting me and Twittering me right now about it. So I appreciate everything you've done. We're going to take a break. Unfortunately, we're not going to take that long because the architects have been waiting for some time. And I'm going to give you to 4:30. Thank you. Smith, we're up to item number 8. Would you like to proceed?
Yes, please. Today we have the preliminary plans for Woodland Elementary School, and I think Mr. Adams is here, Ms. McGuire is here, and Mr. Craig Jackson, the principal of Woodland, is here. Welcome, Mr. Jackson. Nice to see you. And so I'll turn over to Ms. McGuire.
Thank you very much. And we really appreciate this opportunity to bring the preliminary plans before you today for Woodland Elementary School. We're very happy to have the principal here. And if Mr. Adams is ready and on camera, then we will turn the presentation over to him.
Sure. No, thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to present the Woodland Elementary School Major Capital Project Preliminary Plans presentation today. I also want to highlight that we do have, Mr. Brock Charborough from Design Collective on the call as well to answer any questions as we're going through. So I'll just start before I turn it over. I know it's been a long day, so we'll be brief and go through this. But we do want to highlight, the great work that's been going on at this particular school, both with Mr. Jackson with his school community, as well as with Mr. Charborough and the architectural team. Just to highlight for everyone, this is a major capital project, meaning it's a transition in our program from what used to be our revitalization expansion. If some of you probably recall, back in 2013, we started out looking at this as a possible addition. But as we transitioned into our new program, we looked at it through the lens of KFIs. We looked at it from the perspective of, the ADA challenges. We looked at it from the perspective it doesn't have a current bus loop. There's just many challenges associated with this project that really made sense for us to transition it into the major capital project. So while many of the projects may not be a complete tear down and replacement, this one ultimately will be based on the work that we've done to make sure that this is a facility that's going to last the test of time. So before I get into the slides and presentation, I really would like an opportunity for Mr. Jackson to highlight a few things about Woodland. I would say Mr. Jackson has done a fantastic job. I would say, one of the most pleasant conversations and opportunities to work with communities has been at Woodland. And I really say that from a perspective that I think, Mr. Jackson's leadership has really taken this school community through quite a few challenges, and he's navigated it with such grace and an ability to just bring people together. So, Mr. Jackson, the floor is yours.
Wow. Thank you, Mr. Adams. I greatly appreciate those kind words. As Mr. Adams said, and you may know, my name is Craig Jackson, the principal of Woodland Elementary School. This year during distance learning, our 510 amazing students in grades kindergarten through 5 continue to be supported by our wonderful teachers, staff, and community. We support a Learning for Independence program here, along with our general education program. Woodland works very closely with 2 child care providers, the Woodland Child Care Center, who's a member of the Rockville Daycare Association, as well as Kids After Hours. So during my 4 years here serving as principal of Woodland, I have really been proud and extremely grateful for the work that we've done hand in hand with our community. As principal, I've been fortunate to have a community that consistently supports the school and every student in it. Thank you for the opportunity to arrive at this point in the Woodland Rebuild Project. We've received excellent support and guidance from Mr. Adams, Mr. Futch, Mr. Conley from the MCPS Division of Capital Planning, as well as the team from the Design Collective. During the design process, the school-based team and community have been given a voice in supporting a design for a school building that's going to provide additional programming and instructional spaces for students, greater accessibility in and outside of the building for all students and staff, as well as our community, outdoor spaces that can be used for recreation, instruction, innovation, and creativity. Additionally, the new design provides a much needed bus loop. As principal, that's safety and security is our primary function, and making sure that we're doing everything we can to make our students transition in and out of school safe is really a critical piece to this. So I'm grateful that the design was able to include a functioning bus loop. And again, I want to highlight the support and collaboration of our PTA, our staff, and the members of the Woodland community. I understand, this project works, design project part works a lot more smoothly when you can do it in person with the number of presentations that we've had to do virtually, but everyone came with a willing spirit, a spirit that was student focused and very positive to get to the point that we're at today. So I'd just like to again thank the Board of Education and Dr. Smith for this great opportunity for the Woodland community.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. If we could pull up the slides, please, we'll start to go through the presentation here. So next slide, please. So I wanted just to orient, board members and viewers. This is, the existing site of Woodland. As you can see, Luzerne is the street that's on the plan or on the lower page side of it. You can see where it says bus loop, which is in the street, which obviously, indicates they do not have a true bus loop. And you see the parent drop off, and towards the back of the site to the sort of the top left, you see where the current daycare, the county-owned daycare is located, and that is currently located in supportable buildings. Out back, you can see the 7 portables, and to the right, it's sort of deceiving from this, but it is a pretty significant slope. So certainly the architects had, quite a challenge to work with this. I would just say from a building, this building was built, the smallest portion was built in 1944. It was added on to in the 50s, and they were connected by breezeways. These breezeways existed until the 70s, and where we started to fill in, different portions of the building. So that's why we have a lot of challenges with this particular existing school with different grades and different sort of the different portions of the building coming together that just have created quite a challenge. That is the reason why we're looking at the complete tear down. Next page, please. Just to highlight before I turn it over to Mr. Charborough, just to orient you from a site perspective, we are creating a new bus loop off of Brookville Road, and we will still have the main parent and student drop-off area off Luzerne. You can see on the slide that square that's on the sort of that front of the page. That will be the county funded and run daycare facility. So rather than be in the portables, we worked with the county council and staff within HHS to make sure that this was a priority for the county in concert with our school building. As you can see, the admin, which will dive into the building, is going to be towards the left, which will have great visibility of both bus loop and parking lot. The architects were very creative in looking at this they're actually calling it a learning lawn, number 12 on the sheet, which is, I think, a very creative way to start to look at outdoor space differently. Obviously, we'll still have fields, we'll still have playgrounds, but just to start to create that outdoor learning environment that we've been working towards, and really just firm this up as its presence off both Luzerne as well as Brookville moving forward. And obviously, we've highlighted, as many communities say, please save our sledding hill. We save the sledding hill. Obviously, we look for opportunities to create those great athletic fields. And you can see to the right, this is a portion of our property, but it is parking that is part of the Yeshiva school. It's the older Montgomery Hills Junior High School that the county now owns, but they rent out to a different school. So it is a sort of a balance with this site, both with childcare as well as a private school that Mr. Jackson works with on a day-to-day basis. Next slide, please. And before I turn it over to Ms. Charborough, just wanted to highlight this is probably one of the most compact two-story elementary schools that we've presented to you. So really proud of the architects for their ability to look at this creatively, work it into the site, build in opportunities for shell space for future growth, and really just do 21st century design in a meaningful way in a community. So really proud of them. You can see on this page, the lower left is where that childcare facility will be. And it's going to be directly adjacent to the gym, which is the number 6. and the cafeteria is number 7. And as you can see, the some of the supports are going to be in the center of the building with pre-K, kindergarten, first grade, and special education on the first level. Mr. Scarborough, would you like to walk us through a few more details of this plan and also jump up to the second floor as well?
Sure. So as he mentioned, the entrance over here in the green next to the number 8 would be the admin. So that gives the school, the principal, vice principal, and the admin visibility to both the parent drop-off and the bus drop-off.
Sorry, you went mute. Sorry.
So students would be let in the north door next to the bus drop-off, monitored by a teacher, obviously. And the main entry would be to the south of the admin, where parents drop off the students and they can come in that way. And that would be the secured vestibule after hours or during school hours, where the student or the parent or visitor would have to come into the main office to be checked in. And as you look at the building, we kept the circulation very simple. In contrast to the existing building, which he spoke of earlier with the different passageways and changing levels. And then the exterior has the classrooms in the blue, getting natural light and exterior views to the students, and then instructional and support spaces in the center, allowing equal access for all classrooms and teachers. And at the end of the bus loop, there is a connection to the service area, which is at the northeast part of the building, which has a direct connection to the multipurpose and cafeteria, which is number 7. Could you go to the second, please? And the second level has a similar layout with the classrooms on the exterior getting light and visibility. You see the gym and the multipurpose room with the X's are double height spaces. So for the cafeteria, for example, you would be able to see down into that, gaining light into the corridors. And similar to the spaces, so you see in the center, there's a triangular space and another rectangular space towards the center. Those are light wells bringing light from above down to the second level and down to the first level. And number 11 at the front of the building is the media center and library. So that is getting that large, there's 2 large windows at each edge, giving the library more than adequate light and giving them exterior views and bringing the environment into the building. Next page, please. And these are the elevations. You see, we have kind of created a composition of bringing out the foreground and the background where the classrooms and the second story lives, allowing brick to show through to tie into the neighborhood, but also bring in a little bit of modern touch into it with the paneling where the gray is currently at now. And you can see the large windows allow the kindergarten classrooms direct access to the play fields. So there are doors there as well. And on the large multipurpose room mass, large swath of glass allowing direct connection to the play fields and outside as well. And
I'm sorry, Ms. Scarborough, you hit I think you hit mute one more time. But
the west elevation shows the view from the parking garage. You're seeing the child care center step down from the large mass of the gym, again, providing that separation between the 2 buildings. And then as we move down to the north elevation, you have the brick bookended by the 2 large masses of the building and dividing the, showing what the circulation in the program is like interior of the building.
And just to clarify, there is no parking garage, the surface parking. So just wanted to, in case you.
Oh, yes.
No parking garage.
No parking garage at all. Next page, please. And again, just wrapping up, this is the view of the back service area we were talking about, not a very important facade against the hill. And then moving down the east elevation, this is standing in the learning lawn and play area, looking at the childcare facility and the exterior entry to the gym. Next page, please.
If we could pull up the flyover, and I'll just highlight a couple points why the flyover is going through. Just wanted to highlight that the completion date right now is requested by the board to be 2023. But if you recall, it is approved as 2024, but with the most recent amendments in the CIP, we're requesting that acceleration. So we'll have to keep close tabs on that. We are increasing the capacity from 489 up to 653, but we have the 4 classrooms that will be shell space that we can certainly expand to bring it up to a 740 school. The total square footage is about 108,000 square feet. With almost 12,000 square feet of that being the daycare. So the building itself is going to be under 100,000 square feet with a pretty sizable space of a partnership with the county. Again, sort of beyond that, it is a pretty straightforward design, compact, and one that we certainly plan to explore the opportunity of solar panels with both slope roofs as well as the flat roofs along the way. So with that, we'll turn it back over to you, President Wolf, for board questions. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions? If so, raise your hand. Okay, Mr. Adams, I'm not seeing any questions unless I'm missing somebody. Thank you. Hold on, Ms. Sylvester.
As a former Woodland parent, I am delighted to see this project coming to fruition, and I think the community is so happy to see this happening. So fingers crossed that we can expedite it as requested, and we'll have a fabulous new building there. Thank you so much for your work on this.
Yeah, I too just want to second the thank you for your work and the principal and everybody who participated in this. It looks wonderful. Thank you all.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments? Okay, Mr. Adams, do you have a motion for us or
yes, I believe you do have the motion to approve the preliminary plans.
Okay, Ms. Sylvester, do you have a motion?
I move to move forward the preliminary plans.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hands. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. We look forward to seeing the new Woodland. All right, next on the agenda is item 9, this legislation.
Hi, I'm here. This is Danielle.
Oh, okay. I was looking on my screen to be sure you were here. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Sky.
Okay, so I know we're running behind, and so I'm going to try to get us through this relatively quickly. As most of you know, the legislative session does not start until tomorrow at noon. However, about 800 bills were pre-filed, and they are beginning testimonies and hearings first thing on Thursday. So I wanted to bring forward to you some bills that have been pre-filed, as well as some returning bills that we know are coming. I sent you a memo 2 weeks ago and shared that although we didn't have the text for all of the bills, we knew that there were going to be a couple of topics that are going to be pretty prevalent this session. Those include broadband, issues around the enrollment declines, telehealth, learning loss, the SRO program that you just discussed, and Kerwin revisions and override, because as you know, Kerwin passed but was vetoed by the governor. They do have the votes to override that veto. However, that has to be done within the first 30 days. And there's some complication around when that's going to happen, as the House is not meeting as a whole due to COVID until February. So we're working on some of those things. I just want you to know they're out there. I have 6 bills that I've brought before you today that I'm asking for a position on. So the first 3 are on that first memorandum that I sent you. And we're going to start with House Bill 27, which is reporting arrest of students. So this is just an alteration to a bill that had already been filed. This was filed last year. Last year, we took no position on this bill. It just changes who has to be informed when a student is arrested. However, because you were having an SRO presentation today, I wanted to bring this forward to you and offer you the opportunity in case you wanted to make a statement on this. However, the recommendation remains from the school system as no position.
Is there any discussion on this? Do we need a motion?
So yes.
Yes, we need a motion to approve.
I move to approve the recommendation.
I'm sorry, Ms. Susskind, I couldn't hear you.
To support the recommendation or to change it?
Okay.
I move to support the recommendation.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Okay, the next bill is also a returning bill. This is about fees for summer school courses. This bill is asking to waive all fees for summer school courses. We already do a tiered approach based on a person's finances, and this would cost the school system a significant amount of money. We opposed this bill last year. The recommendation is to oppose it again.
Can I get a motion?
Move opposition. I move to oppose the bill.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Yes, Mr. Assad.
I just have a quick question about how the estimate costs it would cost, how much it would cost our school system if this bill were to pass.
So based on 2019, because we're not going to use data from 2020 due to the pandemic, it would cost us about $884,294. That's what we had in revenues from summer school in 2019. So that's essentially the fiscal impact for this bill.
Are there any other questions? We have a motion on the floor to oppose that has been moved and seconded. All in favor, raise your hand. And that is, wait a minute, keep your hand up, I can't see. 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 for opposing it, and all who are against opposing the bill, raise your hand. There's 1, Ms. Harris, who is against opposing the bill. Everyone else, okay. That's for the record, thank you.
And then the third bill there is also a returning bill, House Bill 405. This is about the attorney's fees and related costs. We have talked about this bill in the past. There is already adequate existing remedy in legislation. This goes beyond that and has some really strong legal impacts on us. We opposed this in 2020. We recommend opposing it again.
Move opposition.
Second.
Any discussion?
Ms. Susskind,
go ahead.
Ms. Susskind, this is legal fees. Can you just explain?
So this bill would allow for prevailing, right now, prevailing parties are allowed reasonable attorney's fees. This would allow also expert witness fees. However, there's no regulation on what makes a person an expert witness. In addition, we think it will increase litigation because individuals will not have to pay for their own attorneys or expert witnesses. And already, if a person prevails, they get their attorney's fees paid for. So our legal team reviewed this and said, this goes beyond the scope of what the current law is and doesn't make sense for our school system.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? All who support the opposition, it's opposition, right, Danielle? Is that the, yes. Raise your hand. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to the addendum where there is 3 more bills. The reason you received an addendum is because many bills were filed without text. I will never bring a bill before you without text. However, we received text on, we had 42 bills, only 12 of them had text. We received text on the other 30 on Friday morning. So you received an addendum because there were at least 3 that I wanted to get before you because they'll have a hearing before your next board meeting. So the first one is in relation to what you just talked about. It is an SRO bill. It is requirements and prohibitions on SROs. This would say that an SRO officer could not be in school buildings, and it limits their role, including things such as not allowing them to wear their uniform and only being allowed in the building if asked by an administrator. Because you were discussing this today, we do not have a recommendation for you. We're asking you for your position. So it would further...
Any discussion on this? I wonder, Danielle, when is it coming up for a hearing?
I don't have the hearing date in front of me, but it is before your next meeting.
I'm curious why this doesn't fall under local jurisdiction.
So it can fall under local jurisdiction. We can take no position on it. It only has one author and a sponsor, I'm sorry. So it does not have a cross file. So normally in those cases, I don't worry about them going very far. However, I always bring anything that I think might have any relevance. So I think if you, based on the position that you took before, it seems like we would want to take a no position on this. However, if there's another suggestion, I'm willing to take that too.
Given our discussion before and our extension on the work of getting community input, I move no position.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that is unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, the next bill is a telehealth bill. So this has been sponsored by Senator Kagan. This bill is specifically about expanding telehealth. It allows, right now we use telehealth as an important communication tool for students who receive healthcare services from our school-based health centers. This would expand those services, and the recommendation is to support this bill.
I'll move support.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, and the final bill that I need you to take a position on tonight is County Boards of Education Symbols of Hate. And it's actually a requirement for school boards to write a policy that prohibits the use or display of symbols of hate on school grounds. Normally we oppose bills like this because they're telling the school board what to do, and we feel that's an infringement on local autonomy. However, due to the nature of what this bill is about, I'm bringing it forward to you without a recommendation so that you may present a position.
I'll move to support.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, and so all that is left is you have a number of bills that were in the platform. We normally move those as a whole unless anyone has any questions. Those are bills that are aligned with the legislative priorities that you approved in November. You have some in the, some in the original memo and some in the addendum. All of them are explained in the documentation. Are there any that anybody wants to pull, or can we move them in block?
I move to move them in block.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you.
And that is it for me. Thank you very much. I will be back in 2 weeks with more bills.
Thank you.
Ms. Wolf, this is
yes.
If I may, I'd like to ask if the board is interested and willing for you to sign a letter jointly with me, and we'll work with Danielle to provide it in support of the telehealth legislation for Senator Kagan. I've discussed that with her at length. She and I have been working on that. She's done a great job of pushing this forward because it'll get more services to our students and is an area of concern. So if the board is willing, I'd like to request a letter signed by you and me both in support.
Does anybody have any questions about that? Okay, all in favor? I mean, we don't need a motion on that. It's just, I just want to be sure that nobody objects. So just thumbs up if it's okay with you. Great. And Lynn, are you okay with that? Okay, great. Thank you. That's everybody, Dr. Smith. Okay, next, Dr. Smith, do you want to proceed with the discussion on the collective bargaining agreements?
Yes, today we bring before you the Montgomery County Association of Administrators and Principals and the Service Employees International Union Local 500 recommendation to approve negotiated agreements for this year and next year for 2 years. In April of 2017, the district entered into 3-year agreements with both organizations, and those agreements for the 18, 19, 20 fiscal years. They expired on June 30th of 2020. Both MCAP, MCBOA, and SEIU Local 500 were extended by the board on June 26, 2020, and then again by mutual consent between the employee associations and the district in August of 2020. Because of the unexpected impacts of COVID-19 pandemic on the county, state, and national economies, the previous agreements for STEP and 3% salary increases for staff compensation needed to be revised. And we had not made completed agreements on those, but we were having very different conversations last December, January, February than we started having in March, April, and May of 2020. As a result of these extensions, it was necessary to permit the sides to come to agreement for revised terms regarding the reopening compensation negotiations, allow time for both of the organizations to complete their respective ratification processes. And now that all of the outstanding issues in these 2 agreements regarding the compensation reopener and implications on the differential COVID-19 pay to county government employees are resolved, the proposed agreements are presented today for the Board of Education approval. Even during the unprecedented impact of COVID-19, which cast a shadow during the last month of negotiations, the agreements with MCAP, MCBOA, and SEIU Local 500 represent a continuation of the district's collaborative negotiations with employee associations, successfully resolving complex financial and other work issues while maintaining effective relationships with employee associations. They allow for a continued focus on the district's mission of providing an excellent education for each and every child. The agreements with MCAP, MCBOA, and SEIU Local 500 reflect the school system's commitment to providing world-class working conditions and benefits to support the health, recruitment, and retention of our talented and highly qualified workforce. Those are hallmarks of MCPS for decades, and they have never been more important than they are right now in the current situation and in the labor environment we're in this country. When you drive down the street, while many, many people have been put out of work by COVID-19, many, many businesses are trying to recruit employees, and we cannot have our invaluable workforce, our staff members recruited away from us. There are a substantial number of enhancements in the respective agreements. Highlights of the agreements include committing to working collaboratively to examine and implement options to attract and retain effective staff in high-impact schools. That's incredibly important because that is foundational to the resource allocation study, to the requests of the Black and Brown Coalition, and especially to the very purpose and will of this school system to provide the best experience for all children, where all does mean all. Expanding collaboration with MCAP, MCBOA, and the key hiring processes, providing additional support for testing coordinators, including classification reviews and adjustments for bus operators and selected sign language translation positions, implementing an hourly bonus for select staff who perform translation services, expanding implementation of elected support professional representatives in central services, collaborating on developing a community schools implementation strategy, providing additional flexibility and scheduling remote work for school-based and central services support professionals and administrators, including coverage for hearing aids by allowing a $1,500 benefit every 3 years, adding supports for paraeducators when they cover classes outside scheduled hours, extending the family crisis medical leave banks and emergency care, and eliminating the smoking attestation requirements, surcharges, and other penalties. The agreements are for 3 years with reopened negotiations for compensation in FY22 and FY23. Clearly, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic will make these compensation discussions more challenging. However, I am deeply appreciative of the collaborative work to date of these association partners through the budget development process. Finally, we want to add that these agreements allow us to continue our efforts to retain and attract the highest quality staff to serve the students and families of Montgomery County Public Schools. Ms. Wolf, prior to board action, Dr. Christine Handy, president of MCPS-MD, and Ms. Pia Morrison, president of SEIU Local 500, have provided recorded messages. So we will now view these video presentations.
I don't know, did they hear you?
MCPS TV, if we could see, there we go.
There they go.
Greetings, Dr. Smith and members of the Montgomery County Public Schools Board of Education. I am Dr. Christine Handy, president of MCPS-MD, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to offer a few words of acknowledgement. First, I must thank the members of our negotiating team, which was led by our current Vice President for Leadership Development, Ms. Ann Dardarian, and supported by our Executive Director, Ms. Jean Rosen. This was probably the longest negotiation process that we have ever experienced, given that a pandemic happened in the midst of negotiations. We are grateful for the perseverance of our entire team throughout this extended process. We also want to thank Sherwin Collette and his MCPS team and our negotiating partners, SEIU Local 500. Using an interest-based bargaining process, we worked collaboratively on our economic agreement. We recognize that this was a challenging year and understand the budget constraints brought upon us due to the pandemic. Thus, we focus primarily on non-economic agreements and work-life balance for our members. We appreciate that MCPS acknowledged how hard our administrators work, how dedicated they are, and the incredible amount of time that they have put in to ensure that our students and school community are provided the supports that they need to be successful, and we are appreciative of the agreements reached. Throughout this pandemic, our administrators have had to lead in ways that they have never envisioned, yet they have stepped up and developed new skills to lead in a virtual environment and are preparing to lead in a dual educational environment. Leadership matters. Our leaders have led the provisioning of technology, meals, virtual curriculum and instruction, data collection, surveys, Zoom and Google meetings, implementation of virtual learning, and the list goes on and on. Our leaders have stepped up because we know that leadership matters. Thank you for your support, and we look forward to our continued partnerships with MCPS and the Board of Education. Thank you.
Yes, let's see them both, and then we'll move to the resolutions separately.
I want to thank the 9,500 MCPS support staff professionals for their dedication and commitment to MCPS students. During these challenging and difficult times, MCPS support staff professionals have gone above and beyond the call of duty. In addition, I want to thank both the SEIU and MCPS negotiation teams. The hard work that was done during negotiation to reach this very important agreement has been incredible. Thank you so much, Board of Education, for allowing me this time.
I would like to echo Dr. Handy and Ms. Morrison's appreciation for all of the efforts, many individuals were engaged in the negotiations. It's obviously been a very trying process to go from active, lively, in-person negotiations to Zoom and this environment, and they persevered. And I cannot tell you how much I appreciate all of the employees that are represented by these two organizations. And I've been to many of the sites where they've been doing the work that our presidents just described, and it has been considerable and impressive. Today we have two resolutions. First of all, a recommendation to approve the agreement with the Montgomery County Association of Administrators and Principals. And it says, resolve that the Board of Education approve the negotiated agreement for the period of September 1, 2020 through June 30, 2023. And be it further resolved that the President and Secretary of the Board of Education be authorized to sign the agreement, all according to said agreement and to the law.
Move approval.
Second.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, all in favor, raise your hand. That is unanimous. Thank you.
We also have a resolution today for the recommendation to approve the agreement with Service Employees International Union Local 500. Resolved that the Board of Education approve the agreement for the period of September 1, 2020 through June 30, 2023. And be it further resolved that the Secretary and President of the Board of Education be authorized to sign the agreement, all according to said agreement and to the law.
Move approval.
Second.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, all in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you.
And a very sincere thank you to Mr. Collette and Mr. Kopp, who are here with us today. Thank you very much for all of your efforts.
Okay, next we come to consent items. Is there any board member that wishes to pull any item?
I do.
Go ahead.
I just would like to pull 11.3, 11.4, and 11.8.
And 11 point what?
8.
8. Can I get a motion to move the rest in block?
I move to move the rest in block with the exception of 11.3, 4, and 8.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Go ahead, Ms. Mandrowski, would you like to?
Yeah, so the first one is kind of quick. It's about the HVAC expenditure, and I just would like a little bit more information in terms of, does that cover everything that will be needed to get through all of the COVID clean out or prep work, or just a little bit more detail?
Sure. I'll start, and then Seth, if you want to jump in as well. This is actually something that we moved forward from February. It's really the second of 3 possible extensions for the purchase of heating, ventilations, and air conditioning, refrigeration equipment and parts. So this is a bid that we do annually. The difference here is we made 2 emergency purchases for air cleaners in order to meet the requirements. And because this is going to be over, these are over $1 million, we needed to make sure and ensure that we could get to the next board meeting as soon as possible after securing these purchases. So instead, what we did is we went ahead and moved forward our normal yearly agreement and bundled it together to include the funding for the air cleaners with a justification and the extension all at one time. The other thing to note that's important about this is because we do such large purchases of all these kinds of things, including PPE, and especially with air cleaners, we had to get in a queue with our vendors to ensure that we would get these materials prior to opening school.
Okay.
Seth, did you want to add anything? Or?
Sure, and I would just say, the answer to your question, is this all, everything? No, it's a large portion of it. I mean, we're this purchase will bring us up to 4,738 air cleaners, which puts approximately air cleaners in 60% of our classrooms. The other classrooms certainly are and certain and have systems that can manage our indoor air quality approach. We still need to purchase what we've defined as probably about 400 more of these, but we have put a massive dent into the purchasing of these, and certainly are going to be well positioned for the dates that were previously discussed today with return to school.
And Mrs. Mondrowski, there have been other contracts and will be other contracts that speak to some of, you mentioned filters. So for example, there are multiple purchases going on from multiple vendors and multiple bids to cover all of the work. So as folks were saying, this is one piece, and it's one piece that we needed to bring forward in a very expedited fashion to be sure that we could accomplish it in the time frame that's needed.
Well, I appreciate you being conscientious of that, so thank you. Then kind of similarly along the lines of multiple things, the next one was about classroom furniture. And I don't actually specifically have a question about the classroom furniture. My question really is more about the fact that in the consent items under or over 25,000, there are also, I think, 2 other furniture things. And this goes back to a question that I've asked about before, just in terms of getting a list of annual overall expenditures for these things where we're bidding and approving multiple contracts at different times, just to kind of get a better feel overall for what our budgeting looks like, if that's possible.
Sure. So I'm sorry, you're asking for sort of annual accounting and some of the big, because obviously some of these things, as we're furniture and many other goods and services, we do need to purchase periodically. You're just looking for sort of a summary report on some of the big categories?
That would be great, if possible, yes.
We'll look towards that as sort of more as an end of year exercise then. Is that okay?
That's perfect. Exactly what I was hoping for. Thank you. So the last... Yep.
I was just going to add, just for your information, in this particular one in 11.4, it's really extension of what we do normally in a year, looking at classroom furniture, not only for modernizations, but classroom furniture for all 208 schools. And we're talking about bulk furniture, specifically desks, chairs, things like that. I know in the previous consent items, I know we're not on that, but just that you have a sense, we're happy to provide all of, those kind of reporting at the end of the year. But there's different classifications of furniture for, let's say, the modernization of schools. New furniture would fall for those schools differently than it would fall for, let's say, this normal yearly bulk rate.
Okay. So I appreciate that, because that's what I was confused by. Is I'm like, why aren't they just putting it all together, and why is it being broken up separately? And then I assumed that maybe the bigger one was for new schools opening to be furnished, but I didn't know for sure. So I just thought. Right. So I appreciate that. Sure. The final question that I have is about the Gaithersburg field use agreement, and could you just clarify, Mr. Adams, a little bit on why we are voting on this now when the school hasn't been built yet and we haven't determined what the fields are going to look like or anything like that?
Sure.
Just to clarify, so we're not, if it's premature or not.
No, that's a great question. And, this typically it probably would be a bit early to have discussions and vote on a field use agreement, but this field use agreement is connected to the land acquisition agreement of the Kelly Park site in Gaithersburg number 8 school. One thing I would just point out is the field that we're talking about, the field use agreement, is for the field that the students will use, but it will be owned by the city. So that's why it's important to develop, an agreement now, and then obviously just making sure that the terms and conditions and use and everything from maintenance to the cost that's outlined in the land acquisition agreement are carved out in one place. So it's the last step before we are able to formally take the deed of this property and begin construction.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I just want clarification because we are still hearing from constituents, obviously, and just wanted to make sure I had the full concept of what we were doing. So thank you. So then I will move those 3 in bulk, if that's okay.
We have a second. Do we have any questions? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Next, we're up to item 12, and that is for information purposes only. Can I get a motion to move items 13.1 and 13.2 in block?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. I need a motion to accept the minutes from the December 17th meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is, wait a minute. I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is unanimous. Thank you. Does anybody have any new business? I see you're wearing down. We're getting near the end. Okay, item 14 is informational summaries only. And can I get a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Any discussion? Before I call for the vote, I want to thank all of you for your hard work today. I know it was a long day with some very difficult issues. I want to thank all the staff that hung in there with us, all the people that came to testify. Thank you. And can I get, can you hold your hand up on that motion to dismiss if you're in agreement? And that is unanimous. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.